I'm not going to talk about this bridge too much, but it's an interesting way to deal with bugs. Oh, I lost my key in the wall. Well, we'll just make a bridge so you can go get it instead of fixing the problem. But rightfully so. That magnet's nice too. I don't remember a lot of magnets in the Middle Ages or fantasy period here. Atari called this a chalice. I always thought it was a trophy. Right.
It was a goblet.
Goblet, yeah, right.
Depending if you drink out of it or not.
Right. Woo! All right. Okay, so that's everything you ever wanted to remember about adventure, except the bat and the other dragon, right? Yeah.
And the secret.
And the secret dot. I'll have to talk about the secret dot. There's no way around it. So let me start and introduce myself a little bit. My name is Will Lindsay. Some of you may have caught my workshop on Friday. Boy, I'm echoing a little bit up here. I am a professor. I am the director of the game design program at Rider University. I teach all sorts of game design stuff. I spend a lot of time in Unity and Unreal Engine, working on 3D. I do a little bit of 3D printing. But this little piece that we're doing today seeps into my classrooms all the time. And in fact, I teach classes that are more related to the history of game design, which is, it's kind of strange teaching something we're calling history when all the, everyone involved is mostly still alive. So it's a living history, I guess. But I think it's really important, and for my students who, some of them have never seen an Atari in real life, I think it's really important for them to understand why we're doing this and the fact that everything that they're doing in games today is rooted in what happened years and years ago on these old systems. And a lot of the legacy and culture stayed the same. So I'm also a kind of a strange professor. I don't give tests, and I don't think it's that important to know specific dates and things like that in history. I teach hands-on. So in my history classes, you get to code in assembly language. And you may not be good at it, but I think that's definitely a way to learn, and learn what it was really like. And again, get a better understanding of how close everyone was to the hardware. Before I really get started, I also want to talk about this gentleman. This is Warren Robinett. Warren Robinett is the designer of Adventure. Is he out here? That would be awesome. Maybe he's on YouTube right now watching this and shaking his fist at me. I hope not. If again, I'm still meeting some of these people, and I've reached out to him a couple times without luck. A lot of the information that I'm going to talk about today comes from secondhand sources. I feel like it's pretty reliable. Anybody who's worked close to the hardware understands the inferences I'm making here. So I'm not stretching anything, but it's kind of hard to guess intent sometimes. So if you recognize any of this, or if I mention your name in the talk, I would love to talk to you, and make sure that I'm teaching my students the right direction and the way things really happened. Let's see, where do we begin? Oh, Warren, yeah, we should mention the Easter egg for a second. So Warren's claim to fame has a lot to do with the game industry and the politics of it. And of course, he's well known for hiding his name in Adventure. I couldn't have gotten to it from the level I was on, but everybody knows about the tiny microdot that you would have to carry around and find with the bridge in an invisible maze. I don't know how anybody ever found it, but apparently a year or so after Warren left Atari, a kid wrote a letter and said, "Hey, where's my prize? I found the thing." And this is also a history changer, but in a different way. This talk is not about that. I'm not really interested in the politics of what happened. I'm interested in how the technology impacted our lives. So let's jump into it. This is Atari. Released in 1980. Again, Warren Robinett. This is one of the things that I like to push on my students a lot is the fact that in this era, this was a one-man job. So it took him about a year. He did all of the art, all of the design, all the coding, and when we look at the coding, that by itself was a beast. This is a lot different than the games my students play today, where there'll be 50 people here in the US working on a game, and then 300 more in China or in another country, filling in graphics and things like that. They're produced like movies now. And again, I think it's really important to look at this root, and it helps understand why things happen. I am particularly interested in adventure because it's a genre starter, right? So this whole action-adventure idea, there are other graphic adventures out there. In fact, let's see in my notes somewhere here, Ken and Roberta Williams' Mystery House, 1980. These text games with graphics involved. And I also think that's an important part of history. But there's something dramatically different that happens when you start mixing the storytelling with these original arcade mechanics that were frankly meant to entertain us for under 2 minutes. And I think that's where history changed. And I think this game has a lot to do with that. Warren openly talks about the fact that he played Crothers and Wood's Colossal Cave Adventure. He openly talks about it, so we know it happened. So there's no big secret to that. The majority of this talk, I just want to talk about that relationship and what that means to kind of transcend media like that while you're a producer. And it left a really heavy impact on game design today. My understanding is, let's see, this was originally written, I hope I got the right machine in this picture, right? Crothers' code was written in Fortran. It ran on a PDP-10, and it was released on ARPANET, so before the internet, somewhere around 76, 77. I'm not absolutely sure about that one. Warren, to my understanding, Warren had a roommate who worked at Stanford's AI lab, where Woods also worked, so Woods was developing this game. And so he had an opportunity to go to Stanford and actually play it on a PDP-10. There is, I don't think I really need to talk about what happened here in technical terms, but anybody who's played this has a good understanding of what it is and how it works. And the fact that the idea crossed his mind that he could somehow port this concept or port this game style to an Atari 2600 that didn't even have fonts. It's kind of an interesting idea. So again, I don't need to talk about the differences in the technology. It's kind of a crazy idea. I will talk a little bit about the Atari itself. I think that's important. These programmers were working under some amazing constraints. There's that guy, yeah. 128 bytes of RAM. That's what he had to work with. I understand that to be a quarter of a tweet, which is kind of amazing. So my little speaker in my living room spends more variable RAM telling me the weather when I could have looked out the window. Yeah, it's kind of amazing to think about. The original cartridges were designed to be up to 4K of ROM. I had some, over the years that I've been teaching this, I try to convey to students how tight that is, how little that is. And it's hard to do because, frankly, you know, I looked at the specs this morning. My little watch, which is an older watch, has literally 1 million times the amount of ROM space. This is a tiny, tiny space that everyone was coding in. Getting behind on my slides here, rambling away. So there's the guts of it. Again, I did a talk on Friday, so if you want to hear more of the technical aspects of the Atari, that was more of a hands-on and looking directly at the assembly code for this machine and the memory maps and things like that. So I won't get into that. This is kind of an interesting thing to think about, the input, right? So we had something close to a QWERTY keyboard on the PDP-10, and this guy has 9-pin serial to joysticks. There were other interfaces that could be produced, but basically this is the entire connection between the player of the game and the machine. All the input came through that. These guys had up, down, left, right, and a fire button, and that's it. So you have basically 5 bits of information that you can convey into the machine. That's a lot to think about when you look at the other games that are out there. There is this remarkable chip that was designed to go along with this. So the Atari was based on a 6507, which is a cut-down version of 6502 processor. Everyone in the room probably knows that one well. It had a few less address lines to it. It was missing some interrupts and some things that aren't that important to game design, and it was cheap to produce. So I'm kind of glad they did it that way. The associated chip that allowed it to talk to the television is referred to as the TIA chip, the television interface adapter. When originally designed, you have to remember what people were expecting of arcade games, and it wasn't much. And when we look at the following years that go all the way up to the video game crash in 1983, there was some amazing coding that happened on that. And I talk a little bit about the color palette in my talk on Friday that's still kicking around on YouTube. It was originally designed to show 4 colors on the screen. In the era that Robinette was working on Adventure, I think everyone was okay with that. But you had to do a lot of really good timing to get more than those 4 colors out of there. There were actually 128 available on the palette, but again, this was the general expectation. It also, in 1978, 79, in that era, there's still a lot of kids who are looking on their old parents' black and white televisions. So high contrast was a lot more important than aesthetics and the use of color. So that's kind of another thing to think about here. It didn't take long before we all had color TVs with games attached to them, but there was that moment in history that had to be a consideration for the players. So here's the type of games that they were expecting. This is Combat. Good old Pong, which Atari, you've heard a lot about Pong this weekend and what Atari did with it. I like that years later, not too many years, but they rebranded this as Video Olympics. Way better than Pong, right? It's in color now. This is Robinette's first game. This is Slot Racers. This actually came out in 1978. I like pulling this up. These are actually 2 cars running through a maze trying to shoot each other, so it's a 2-player game. In game design, we like 2-player games. There's an issue with games and with player experience in games where as a player gets better at it, their skill gets better at playing the game, their skill increases. If the challenge of the game doesn't increase, they get bored. And probably anybody who's gamed has experienced that. There's this thing in contemporary gaming called grinding, where you just run around and try to collect stuff so that you can get more stuff so you can fight a boss later on. And it's kind of a boring part of gaming. When you have a 2-player game, you have a live opponent, and they're not predictable. And ideally, say you're playing with your brother or sister, as you get better at the game, they're also getting better at the game. So the challenge continues, so it adds for more replayability. It's great, and it's kind of strange to me that for several decades, everyone sat quietly in their bedroom and played video games by themselves. Until, boom, here we are today, and everyone's doing this again, but we're doing it over the internet. I'm running all off track, but interesting pieces. Again, on Friday, I talked about this a lot, so I'm not going to spend a lot of detail on this. This is the way that the TIA chip translated the video signal from the Atari to NTSC standard video to tube televisions, right? There's a little gun in there that's flying back and forth that has to predict the timing of that, which is where you hear that phrase, chasing the beam, that's always associated with the Atari. There is no screen buffer. Every other game system I've ever programmed on has a screen buffer, which means that you can put a graphic on the screen, leave it there, go do some game logic in your code, come back and have some expectation that at least some of it is still there, or maybe it moved a little bit. In this, they're literally chasing the scan lines, and the processor is spending a large amount of time just getting the image on the screen, which means all the code in these games had to happen in the blanks, right? The blanks are when the beam inside the television turns off for a second and flies back to its next starting point to create the next scan line. So as it's flying right to left or bottom to top, you have a little time in there that you can add some logic to your game. There were 192 visible scan lines. When I look at Atari pieces, we still think in pixels, or at least I currently think in pixels. These pixels were not square, they're kind of short, flat rectangles. So you could get a little more information up and down than you could left and right. Left and right, it was timed with machine cycles. So you had 76 machine cycles. What that meant for the programmer was that the programmer had to know every time they put a command into assembly language how many cycles it took to run that command. And that's fine, and we have charts and we can look that up. If I am loading some value into the accumulator, I know that that takes 2 cycles, right? Where the problem comes about is when you start branching or creating conditions in your code. If this happens, do this. Now I'm not sure what the outcome is, which means I don't know how much code I'm gonna run. I'm not gonna know where in the code the logic is jumping for the game. That's a bit of a problem. Atari did something really nice. They created this little piece called wait for sync, WSync. And what it did was, if you lost track of the code timing, you could put the processor to sleep and it would wait until the next scan line and start back up again. So if you kind of lost track, or if you know that the logic changed the amount of cycles that it was going to take, you could catch up on the next scan line. It added a little bit of glitchiness, but that is a nice recovery mechanism, and I can't imagine how anybody would have done anything without it. Chasing the beam. I was thinking about it was probably easier to run across I-95 than it is to time these games. I should talk about this a little bit. So a lot of the diagrams and things that I have up on the screen here today, they're not officially released, right, but we all have them. There was a Stella Programmer's Guide written by Stephen Wright, 1979, we think. This is an internal document at Atari. It's awesome. I basically learned to code for this machine based on this document. It tells us all about the different registers, the timing, the different conventions that can be used. I wanted to bring it up because when Robinette was programming Adventure, he had already done a game, Slot Racers. Slot Racers was actually released a year before this was written. So I had to think about how the heck did these people figure out how this machine works. Obviously, they could talk to the engineers, right? The engineers are on hand. The engineers were not necessarily programmers. This is a different way of looking at the same problem. They did have some other documents. This was kind of an interesting one I found. This is the documentation, almost a spec sheet for the TIA chip, for the television interface adapter. Probably the most important piece of this. I find it fascinating that over half of this document is drawn and written by hand with a pencil, and then photocopied. So I can't imagine how often they realized things were changing in this document. I'm guessing that Robinette and some of the other programmers in this era probably contributed to this document instead of relied on it. I'm sorry, not this document, but this. Again, if anybody has any personal experience with that, I'd love to hear about it. Oh, let's look at this for a second. So this is Will Crothers. So he is the person well known for designing Colossal Cave Adventure. He was a caver. I find that interesting. Colossal Cave was based on a real cave. So Colossal Cave is in Kentucky. It's part of the Mammoth Cavern structure, underground networks and tunnels that apparently run all over the place. And there's a lot of really interesting articles out there that relate the game directly to this part of the cave, which is really cool. And I kind of like this. Anybody who remembers going to the down the hill, following the stream from the well house and going to the metal grate, and I see many, many pictures of that metal grate that it actually existed. or still exists probably. You know, and that was all kind of based in reality. It's kind of fascinating. Obviously, Woods came back afterwards and added a lot of magic and mysticism and had never been to this cave. So there's that piece of it too that makes it so interesting. There's Don Woods. Translating a text game to graphics. This is the concept that he had in his head, right? When we play this game, and I have a couple different interfaces for it, because everything's happening through emulators in my life, whether it was on the PDP-10 or wherever it was ported. There are commands. There are lots of commands. I took a look at the early food, and yeah, there's some of them. There are over 150 typable verbs in the parser, and there are over 350 interactive objects in the code that you can engage with as a player. It's amazing. It's really cool. He had, compared to the Atari, a lot of room to work with here. So how does one play this game and then think to themselves, I'm going to move this to the Atari? So one of the things you have to think about is that interface between the player and the game. And we're back to this mess again, right? So on the Atari, pretty quick to figure out, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, north, south, east, west. So those commands are good. In Colossal Cave, you just put the letters in, right? N, S, E. And then that fire button, which proved pretty useful. I think the most important command that everybody remembers is get lamp, right? So this idea that you could grab an object and then it has an inventory that's saving all of the elements that you encounter along the way. And you could have many at a time that you're carrying with some limitation. There really wasn't any room for that on the Atari. So he basically had to work with that button to make that happen. And it changed the way he viewed inventory. And he talks about this a lot in different talks and interviews. So you have your 5 commands here that the player can use. And then, whoops. There's a couple more that he figured out. This is pretty smart. So using collision detection, when 2 objects on the screen bump into each other, depending on if one was in control of the player, this could also be another command and an intention. And a really good example of that is unlocking the gate. In order for the gates on the castles to unlock, you had to move the key to collide with the gate itself. So that interaction becomes a new command. This is akin to saying unlock gate or use keys, something like that in Colossal Cave. And he did it, he did it in a couple other places. Pick up item, drop item, that's the one where you actually use the button. That's drop item, right? Pick up item is just slamming into it. Attack dragon or use sword is, again, it's based on collision detection. You literally just run into the dragon with the sword, and that's the command. That's the user interface. So he pairs 150 commands down to 7. And I think about that a lot, and I am a big fan of minimalism in game design. I think if the core mechanic of what you're doing is good, the rest of it's just fluff. That's the part that gets people immersed into games, that makes us really enjoy them. I know I spent a lot of time on Adventure trying to type, I'm sorry, not Adventure, Colossal Cave Adventure, trying to type swear words into the interface because I'm exploring the interface. I'm no longer exploring the game. But here, you're immersed in the game. It's a very different thing. There's an obvious object limitation that we have on the Atari, which is kind of interesting. This little chunk of code that I found lists some of the objects that you can hold. So you basically have 10 of them that the player can interact with directly. And then there's, again, a whole lot of other objects that you can have interaction with. These are the ones you can carry. So problem with the Atari is that the objects were limited based on those earlier games that I showed you. This was designed for Pong. This was designed for Tank. They originally thought that's what was going to happen with it. So you have 2 players. You have 2 bullets, right? So player 0, player 1, missile 0, missile 1. And you have a ball, just in case you wanted to make Pong yet again. And this is it. So the Atari had 5 sprites. Robinette did some very interesting things, and when you watched me play in the beginning, the flashing that I talked about on the screen happened because of this. He realized that he could use some variables to split up the timing of when things showed up on the screen so that he could reuse these objects. And he managed to get, about 12 of them out of that. So you have your dragons and your keys and your magnet and your bridge and your player. And even more interesting, a lot of these objects had multiple states. They had multiple graphic states. So you have the dragon, and then you have a dead dragon that looks different, right? So he basically time-shared these registers and on the fly switched them, which I imagine turns into a mess when you start to have 5 or 6 objects on the same screen at the same time. You're suddenly running out of space. And I do remember things being very flickery. Sorry, I'm bouncing around a little bit here. Make sure I cover everything I was interested in. These are some more of the vocabulary in Colossal Cave. So again, we have about 350 different actions that you could use. There's the sprites. I got ahead of myself there. Right, so these are the sprites, but not the different states. This is kind of an impossible graphic, which is fun. Kind of hard to see the chalice here, but there's the chalice as well. Our Pong ball, right? The player was a ball. That leads to some other problems in game design, which I'll talk about in a little bit. There's some interesting things that happened in the world, and I'm sure anybody who's played this type of game probably sat down and tried to map it at some point. And anybody who's played Colossal Cave knows that there's some parts of that game that are impossible to map. And it's funny, for some reason when I was making slides, I was having a hard time getting to everywhere I wanted. Any room in Colossal Cave could have any number of exits as long as you had links, as long as you had a way to link to the next room. And they did not necessarily have to be right next to each other. You're not thinking about a real physical space unless you want to. That's pretty cool. And there's a lot of places in here. I can do north, south, east, west, so I'm running south here and seeing the different descriptions and then have a little interaction. And now I can go down, right? In Atari, we're talking about a 2D space. So there's a much different problem here. We have north, south, east, and west, and that's it. And that meant that there had to be a lot of cleverness in the map and how things relate to each other. This is a really interesting diagram. Chris Sanick, who's written a lot of interesting things about Atari. Are you here? That would be awesome. Okay. Made this map, and I really like it for a couple reasons. It kind of shows a spatial layout of the game, and there's interesting things that don't work right away. You know, the fake walls and the Easter egg behind the wall is kind of interesting. This doesn't show off very well that some of these mazes, you were actually playing in the dark. You don't see the maze while you walk through. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. Another thing that I found really fascinating about this particular one is Robinette had some interesting ideas about that moment when you get lost in the woods in Colossal Cave, or I'm assuming that he's associating to that moment. If you look at these letters, not the ones over here, but these alphabet letters, the paths never came out where you thought they would, right? So this is an impossible physical space that he mapped, which is really interesting for a player, right? Because we have a tendency to think about game spaces as real spaces. And so when you're suddenly jumping to impossible places as you're going through a maze, it becomes a much more difficult puzzle. I think that's a brilliant piece of work. This solves part of that problem of only having north, south, east, and west in your game navigation. Suddenly you kind of have this, I don't want to say teleporting, but you have this way to make the player jump around through space and have to deal with that as part of the puzzle. That's me getting lost in the woods, isn't it? This is another important aspect, and my students get to hear about this a lot. When we talk about game design, game players need to see visual information on the screen and understand very quickly what it means. As artists in game design, we think about two different approaches to this. One is that you could have a sign or a symbol, a way to represent an idea, something that we understand right away when we look at. Or you could have a depiction, meaning that the object on the screen looks a lot like the object in real life, right? And there are two ways to get information across to the player very quickly. This is a really easy one. I love this. Everyone looks at this and knows exactly what it means. It has nothing to do with the action of stopping, right? But we know when we see that shape and that color, we should stop. There's some interesting reasons for that. I think that this shape is an unusual shape in nature, so when we see it, it stands out. The color red maybe makes us think of fire, or something that's hot, or something that's burning, or the color of our own blood. So there is probably some physiological response to this, right? When you use certain colors, those colors become a symbol and have meaning. Red doesn't necessarily mean stop. It does to a 6-year-old. But it says, look at this. Pay attention to this. This is important, right? So the color becomes a symbol that has a lot of meaning. That's a very strong thing we can use in game design. Here's a different kind of sign. This has a different way of communicating to us. We recognize the shape of a truck because we've seen trucks in real life. It is sort of a symbol for a truck, but it works as a symbol because we can quickly identify it, right? And this kind of silhouetting that happens worked really well in early game design. So I think a lot of designers relied on this. We also know this truck's going down a hill, so we can imagine in our head, uh-oh, giant truck, big hill. So it makes us think about that. But again, that's happening because it's a depiction, because it represents the shape more than the idea. I don't pretend that Robinette knew any of this or thought about any of this. I think he was drawing things on the screen and then testing them, having other players play the game and say, yeah, I know what that is. No, I don't. This is great. He did a really good job with this one. I haven't met anybody who looks at that shape and doesn't understand that's a key, even though we don't use keys like that. I barely use keys at all anymore, but we understand what that is. Okay, I'm not sure why there's a magnet in this game, right? When you first play it, once you lose something in a wall, you know exactly why it's there. But it works. I don't own a magnet like this. All the magnets in my life are on my fridge and have buttons on them, right? But we understand this shape to be a magnet, maybe blaming Wile E. Coyote. It works. We look at it, we can recognize it. It works a little better when we see the interaction. When we drop the key and the key floats across the room, we're like, oh, that's a magnet, not a horseshoe, not the chalice I thought I was looking for. This is a really interesting one. I mentioned it for a second and asked in the room. Never mind the key up here. Is that a sword or a spear? And everyone who I've had play this game without looking at the instruction booklet assumes it's a spear. It's an arrow. It's got a sharp end. You point it at a dragon. The dragon dies. That's the way it works, right? This was the intention of it. It's a sword with a hilt. I'm sorry, the colors are so dim up here. And a lot of people probably played this their whole life and didn't realize that's what was going on, that we have all been running around holding the sword by the blade and swinging the hilt at monsters. It's interesting. And, you know, I think he knew this. I think he knew this, and I'm sure somebody talked to him about it in testing. Spear, sword. Spear, sword. And I don't think it mattered. I think the job got done. I think you recognize it as a weapon, and that was the important part of it. Right? I love this. So I have my students play this game. They're reading a little bit about early history in some of the many great books on the subject. And then I have this play this game, and I've tried, before they read it, I have them play it so that they have something to reflect upon while they're reading. And sometimes, every now and then during a semester, I'll have them play it afterwards, because they don't bother looking on the internet to see what these things look like. They're just reading the text. But I had this moment a couple years ago where a student of mine screams out, why is this duck chasing me? And again, Robinette was aware of that, and he just talked about it a couple times, you know, the dragon ducks. But it's kind of funny that that happens, and we have to kind of think about what the symbol is and what he was trying to do there. It doesn't really look like a dragon. Then again, I haven't seen a lot of dragons, other than in pictures. It does look a little bit like a duck. It's duck-colored, so I can kind of understand where that happened. But again, the more important part is that there's something chasing you going like this with its mouth. You understand right away what that means in the game. And frankly, for somebody who's not an artist who was dealing with this problem, I think he did a pretty good job. So all of these graphics are drawn in zeros and ones. So they're literally drawn in bytes. You have 8 pixels across. Every time you have a 1, there's a pixel. Every time you have a 0, that's the background space or nothing, right? And so he managed to squeeze in these graphics, and if you kind of squint and lean back a little bit, you'll see that dragon in there, right? Here's his mouth, here's his tail, and then all I'm doing is I related these X's to the actual ones and zeros in the code. Your sprites on the Atari had to be 1 byte wide. If you wanted something wider than that, you had to suck up more memory and use 2, or there were ways that you could quickly switch back and forth, which causes flickering, but at least you'd get a bigger picture out of it. Occasionally, some of the smarter coders in the closer to 82 and 83 would use the background and sneak in other objects there to get the same effect across. But this was a limitation. I think he did a pretty good job with the ducks attacking you aside. This is one of my favorite representation issues in this game. Something that I kind of love about Colossal Cave is that lamp. Because when you first go down in the hole, you're not thinking about it. You're thinking about other games. You just get a description. Here's a bunch of words coming at me. You're not immersed in it. But when you go down in that hole, it explains that you can't see anything when you pass through the gate. I don't remember when I captured this, but I probably died and reincarnated and came back, so who knows where my lamp was. But I like the idea that there's a dim light at the east end of the passage, and that I didn't really know it was there unless I had that lamp with me. And I don't know if people recognize this, so if you got into the level 2 and level 3 on an adventure, there are these mazes that you play blind. And the way they work is, so there's the player always looks like the color of the background. It's almost like you have a flashlight or a lamp. You can see a small area around you. Oddly, you can see through maze walls, but I think that's fairly important to solving the puzzle. And you can see objects, even though there's no light here. So this character is moving in, is going to be forced to go down this passage, and maybe come up here somewhere would be the goal. This is all done with bit masking. There was never any intention in the design of the Atari to do things like this. And I think it's a brilliant piece of work. And I think it works really well. I think when kids played this when they're 7, 8, and 9, that's spooky. You can't see. You don't necessarily know if there's a dragon around the corner or not. It adds a lot to the game. I think it's a brilliant way of dealing with representation. There's a lot of different aesthetic things. I could go on a long time about this. I showed you the pictures of the castle without even mentioning it. It's kind of weird that you see the front of a castle on a top-down, but it helps, again, it helps us understand that as a symbol in the game, and that's what's really important, is quickly communicating these thoughts. One of the other things that is really amazing about this game is the fact that he squished this whole thing down to 4K. And he did so probably half the people in here refer to this as crunching. You just need to get those extra couple bits or bytes out of it, and he did well. So this is the Fortran code behind Colossal Cave. I have a weird relationship with Fortran. I don't want to deal with it, but oddly, I can kind of read it, which is interesting. Fortran is it's not known as being a big language. It's fairly compact. I wish in some of my microcontrollers and things that I program that I could get away with a complex conditional statement in like 20 bytes. That's pretty cool. So it's a pretty concise language. The first version of Colossal Cave, the source code, was about 32K. It's unclear to me how that ended up compiled for the PDB-10. I was able to look at a DOS port of the original game later on, and that compiled out to 94K. So that feels like a lot of space when we're talking about the Atari. So how did he do it? How did these designers compress all of this action into such a small amount of space? I caught a little bit of an interview with Robinette, and he apparently took a C class in college before he started messing with this. So he went from a higher level language down to assembly. And I think because of that, he looked at assembly very differently. So he has this really interesting scheme. This is a table in memory that holds all of these references to the rooms. Most of the rooms have about 15 to 30 bytes of information. And he's basically using this as a lookup table, which means system. This is pretty brilliant. That means when you have something that's not moving around, you can store it in ROM, and when you have something that needs some flexibility to it, you can move it to RAM, and you can base it all off of this really well organized table. I won't get into reading the code too much. Piece a lot too, so this parses the rooms. And something I realized from this bit of code, mind you, these comments were added later, so these are people later in history who are analyzing his code to try to figure out what the heck he was doing. And they did a pretty good job. A lot of people have worked on this particular piece of code. There is some really interesting math, and he figured out a way to basically create a formula where he could predict what room was going to be more north, south, east, or west of the room that you're currently in by just doing a little bit of math juggling. So the rooms had to be organized in a specific way to pull that off. I've seen schemes like this before. I honestly have no idea where he came up with it. It's brilliant, but I suspect there's a lot of other people in programming who do things like this. Nice little piece. That helps chunk down the sizes. Whoops, let me back up for a second there. I did not count bytes on this code, but Robinette says at the very end of it, he actually had out of the 128 bytes of RAM, he had 15 bytes left over. So he must have gone pretty crazy crunching that code and thinking about what he really needed. And a lot of people have kind of hypothesized that this could have been a much bigger game. But if you play level 3, when you start inserting randomness into it, kids could literally play this for days and days and days. You have, again, a 2-minute arcade game that kids can spend an hour doing one round of it and maybe not even win. I want to talk a little bit, I'm doing on time here. Talking a little fast, I guess. I want to talk about the legacy, so where that all went. What happens after that? Why I care about this so much. We know there's some direct legacies. So Atari got a licensing to do Superman when the Superman movie came out, which is around 1978. My dates are a little muddy on some of this. My understanding, and I jotted it down in my notes here, John Dunn was the programmer of this. This is one of the first games that we see where there are multiple rooms. If you're not familiar with this one, it's a pretty cool game. Superman can fly up and down into high sky-rise buildings, left and right across the streets, down into some subway tunnels, if I remember. You're chasing Lex Luthor, you're trying to stop a bridge from getting blown up, and you're avoiding kryptonite, and occasionally you have to smooch with Lois Lane to feel better. It's a fun game. The symbol work is pretty good. We definitely recognize that as Superman. You don't have to worry about that one too much. Licensing-wise, I think this worked really well. Dunn was given the prototype engine from Adventure to make this game. So he basically already had the tables set up for the rooms and things and just inserted new content on this. So there's this direct impact on some other games that happen. I'm pretty positive that most of the programmers at Atari, and especially because of the political side of what happened, were keenly aware of this code and how it worked. And I'm sure they chatted about it and shared a lot of information. I think there's a good argument to say the people who left Atari and went to Activision. I'm sorry, the slide's so small. This is Pitfall. Pitfall in itself, an amazing game, a huge part of history. But again, taking these ideas of multiple room adventures, working your way through giant mazes of multiple pages to get some treasure. There's definitely an impact here that happened. Again, no words. You have a little bit of more information at the top. Lives, amount of time that passed and some score, which is probably borrowed back from the text games. I think there's a huge argument to talk about this whole franchise. I have not found out a lot about the programmers of Zelda, but when Zelda came out, there's definitely some influence from the Atari game on this. The style, this is definitely action-adventure. You have the same setup of this north, south, east, west that's happening. There's a little different approach to attacking, but on the NES, we've got sprites and sprites and sprites and sprites. You can do a lot graphically, even though it's on a very similar processor. The NES is on a 6502, but there's a screen buffer. You have a place to store graphics, and that changes things dramatically. And you can even get text on the screen. What would that have done to Adventure, right? This moves on to other platforms. I barely need to show these. It got moved to the Game Boy, I think, 1993. And something to think about with this is when we get into the 2000s and you start getting into 3D gaming on the PS1, those programmers grew up with an Atari joystick in their hand. Adventure is probably one of the reasons that they went into the career field that they went into. So by late 90s and 2000s, we see that happening. I suspect there's some influence on games like Doom, honestly, but there's no record of that. I'm guesstimating the history of a lot of programmers. This is the latest iteration of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. You run around, you attack dragons and monsters, you go into castles. It's practically the same game in a 3D space. I think that's my last one. Yeah. I'm talking fast, so I'm happy to entertain some questions. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I guess right around the same time, I believe Adventure would be Rogue on Unix PCs, and I feel like that is kind of the similar transition from text to graphics based.
Yeah.
Anything to say about that?
No, absolutely. Yeah. So this idea of having graphic augmentation to the text stories, that's really important to me. And the same thing was happening on the Apple within a couple years. That's really important, and I think that impacted a lot of players. It's a different type of player, right? This was mass marketed to families, so I think it impacted a wider audience. There's a lot, and I think there were some people this weekend talking about hyperfiction and how to tell stories in a space where you can make multiple decisions. And we're really good at doing that with words. This is a strong part of that change that I think. The symbolic representation that you see in the Rogue engines, very similar. And there's a lot going on, and I think that's really important. But I really don't want this to get lost from history. I think this is a big step. Yeah. Other questions? Later talks today, you're going to be hearing from people who actually did the work. I'm a historian talking about it after the fact, but I appreciate your time and glad I could share this all with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. And next talk will be at 10:30. It'll be here. Stefany Allaire, creating the 256 Foenix. Consignment rooms open, exhibits are open, so feel free to look around and come back.
My name is Santa Claus. Okay, all right. I'm Stefany. I'm uh, singing in the rain. I don't know. I lost my thought about this. Swinging in the. Okay. Yes, I can. Are we only 10 people still, or 5 people? Okay, that's better.
Test this. Test. Good. 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 All right. Well,
Is that the same room?
What's that?
Is that the same room as Friday?
It's the same room as before. Yes. You want to
Okay.
take a quick look? I could try to spin you around.
No, that's fine. I trust you.
Yep.
So you'll be monitoring like you did on Friday and tell me when my microphone goes off.
Yeah. So I'll be monitoring if your microphone goes off, and if you need to zoom in and get it bigger. Yep.
Do I need to zoom in and make it bigger?
Yes.
Okay.
Make it bigger, please.
Okay. Don't push the lady in the buffet line.
There was a request for full screen.
Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger, actually. I think it's because I have like a 4K screen and everything. And
Yeah.
okay, so I'm going to have to whatever. I don't know how I can do this, but I'll manage. I'll try to. I think people will be more interested to see me, doing a lot of waving in the air than watch the freaking slides. But if for some reason I get too much involved into what I'm saying, please let me know and I'll move things around. This one is definitely a little bit more like, slides and everything. I think it's going to be a little bit more interesting at the end with the unveiling. So I'll try to make it as close as possible. When I hit the 1 hour mark, please stop me, because I'd like to have a little bit of time to do a Q&A and also do the unveiling. And then, I know that the VCS West, I ran out of time, but I think I started like 10 minutes in. So I kind of ran out of time. And when I did it again with CRX, I did it in 1 hour. So I should be fine.
All right. So you're set. Everyone is good with the audio from her. All right, and she's gonna work on the Zoom and just alert me. Maybe Steven, you could be my alert. Like, show me a sign to make it bigger. All right, so yes, he'll let us know.
I can only have for you to be apparently for you to be able to see it properly. I can only show a portion of the screen. So I'll try to move things around and fade it in and for you to see it and everything. What did he say? I didn't hear him.
Well, he's trying to find out if I can make it bigger, because it's showing my picture here. He's trying to figure out. Oh, you know what? I think with the Zoom, you can do hiding the people that are not active. Video. What's that? Yeah. Full screen. Oh, much better. So, I can change my name too.
Well, I'm doing great. I'm still here. I'm about to start. Well, oh, okay. No, I'll be talking enough so you'll know when I'm going to shut down. Either that or you're going to hear me snore on the microphone. So,
All right, so everybody's good. Audio, video, full screen. Stefany, you're ready to go.
okay, how many are we now?
Yep, you're on now. You're live and in person, or not in person, live and virtual.
Live and virtual. Okay, so I'm talking to a 15 people crowd, 20 people crowd, whatever. Well, I don't see you, but you see me. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to come and see me this morning and, coming to let me talk for, an hour and a half. So to introduce myself, my name is Stefany Allaire. I'm the, designer of the Foenix. Well, there's more than one product now. So I've been designing, new retro computers for the last 3 years. My background is I'm a hardware design engineer. I've been doing that for 30 years. Throughout many, I've worked for so many different companies. I've started my own companies many times, which led me ultimately to do a lot of different things, mechanical design, FPGA design. I used to do schematic capture and board design and stuff like this. But overall, I think after all these years, I think I gather a lot of experience into designing products overall. And since I started designing the Foenix product line, I went through this, at first it was for fun. It was really a hobby. The whole thing started with the whole David Murray, hey, I'd like to, somebody to design my own dream computer. And then I'll talk more about the whole story. But bottom line, I kind of came up to there was some ups and downs between the moment I started and today. And too many times I got a lot of, remarks from people. And I understand that some people just don't understand the concept of what's involved to design these things. And I thought that this year into these different shows, I would present the processes of actually creating a product from scratch and to bring it to market. It's still within the world of retro computing. I'm going to use the upcoming C256 Gen X as a use case, although it's been designed to a certain point. It's not finished. The design will be, starting all over. Well, not over again, but it will be restarting, I would say, in October, because I've been working on other stuff, and I will be talking about this. So I'm going to give you an overall of what's going on, everything that's been I've designed, and with the community that has been created over those 3 years. What's the different products, the one that have been that existed before, the one that are existing now, the one that will be existing soon. I'll do a little bit of an evangelization. I will talk to you about the reason why I'm doing this, because I'm doing something kind of fringy and on the side, and I guess you need to be a little bit crazy to do this. And then I'll basically go to the concept and finish what it takes really to go from, yay, I have an idea, to, hey, I can ship something, and all the pain and suffering that ones will inflict themselves to actually do that, and the hell loop you're going to get yourself in, and is it worth it? All this fun stuff. And at the end, after an hour, I'll stop. Hopefully I will have gone through everything, and I will do the unveiling of the A2560K, which is I would say the flagship, because that's the most expensive of all the computer I've been creating. It's a 68040 new retro computer with a keyboard integrated, and I've been talking about it for a while, and this is one of the products that I talked about but I never showed, and I kept it close to the chest. So today is the day that I will finally show it. It exists. It's not even a CGI thing. It's really real, and it will be shipping in 3 to 4 weeks from now, and we'll talk more about it later. So I think a lot of people are waiting for this, so hopefully you can hang on. So let's get down to brass tacks. So I'll do this one, fast. I don't know if you can see everything. I'll look at my OBS to see if you see everything. I think it's pretty. Yeah, I'll try to increase it, and I will show you a part and move it along. Okay, so at the top left corner, we have the first one I designed, the C250 Foenix. That was the original one based on the 65816. That was in April 2018, although this product I have done during the summer following the April. April was the date that David Murray came up with his thing. I'm not going to go back there because I've talked about this like 20 times before. There's many videos about it. After coming back from the Portland Retro show in 2018, talking to some friends, I kind of revisit things. I got influenced a lot, and I think I should have not been influenced so much. And I came up with the B2 version, which was the first version I released to 5 different people, which was mainly the people involved in the alpha group, that most of them are still part of the community now. It was still based on the 816, but it was really the first where I started designing the VK chip, which is the graphic chipset for the system. And then, but there was some changes needed. And then I'm a pleaser by nature. So, when you're a designer and you're a pleaser, this is 2 things that usually don't go very well together. So I decided to try to get more people involved, and I stuffed it with a lot of sound chips in there. So you have like the OPL3, OPN2, OPM, and I called it the FMX, which was the Foenix Music Extension. So came the C4A, C4B, although in between the B2 and C4, there was a lot of iteration. It was in 2019, and it's been a tough summer because I went through a lot of problems and everything. The 816 is a great processor. I love to program it, but my God, it's a bit tricky to set it up in hardware if you run it at 14 megahertz. So, but I sold 70 units during 2019 and 2020. But the unit was very difficult to manufacture, took a long time to put together, and was relatively cheap for what it was. But there was a process in between the Foenix U, which was a low-cost version. I was trying to bring more people in, and basically I realized that it was not really about the price. The problem was not really the price as much as the offering, that the value offering that these platform could offer. And and I think this is one of those moments where I realized that everybody has their group, their processor they love, and the 6502 is very popular. There's a big group that has adopted, but the 816 is still very fringy, even if it was used in the Apple IIgs and SNES and all these platforms. They're very unique and very specific. So I kind of painted myself in the corner with this processor. And again, it's still a very good processor, but it was very, unique, and people are kind of scared to get on it, to get and start programming with it. I don't know why, but it's very fun. When you get on it, it's really fun. So at the end of 2020, I lost my job. So I was like, for many months, I was wondering, okay, am I going to keep going with this? And I started, pretty much working full time. And then after doing a small survey within the community, I kind of realized, okay, I need to expand my offering into different processors. And I came up with this concept of having the same platform, but with different processors. And that became the Gen X. But in between, the idea was, okay, I need to kind of get to know the 68,000. And what happened is that I decided to promote and start talking about the Gen X. And the Gen X is basically a dual CPU system. So you can boot it in 816, or you can boot it in 68,000, 6830. It's a modular. The second CPU is modular. So you could put all these different processor. You pick one, you install it, and you boot with it. Again, always the same hardware, might be mapped at different place in the memory, but still you access it the same way. But before I could do the Gen X, I decided to develop myself a board a single board because the Gen X is very modular by default. There's multiple assembly in the board in the product, and that made the design or the development more complicated, that it could have brought more expenses. So the idea was, okay, usually when you're doing design, you try to integrate everything on one board and it becomes your development board, and then you expand and you can separate it later because you know it works. So what I did was to create the A2560K board, which I will show you later. But before, and that's the first board I designed immediately after showing my product presentation of the C256 Gen X that was going to come. And then out of this, I started doing the design with it 68,000, the SEC 2000, 20 megahertz. And from that, I kind of merged the C256U into the A2560U. So all the Motorola 32-bit, 16-bit, 32 bits are the A2560. And then basically I respawned the C256 Foenix U, which is a low-cost entry-level 65/816 product, and I put a different processor. And since I did the translation for the 68,000 with the rest of the hardware, I decided to bring in the same kind of entry level. And so far, it's been a great idea because there's definitely a lot of interest into it. But the center part, the heart of what the Foenix U is and what the Gen X will be is the board of the A2560K. Again, and the A2560K is a one CPU system, although I did start with the 68,000. It's ultimately going to be only the 68040 V at 25 megahertz and possibly 40 megahertz, although the chip is definitely more expensive. And from that, the Gen X will come. And out of this, I came up with the 2560X, which is basically a Gen X without the 65/816 subsystem. So it's back to be a 32-bit system, but modular still. So you can still choose the processor you want in the system, but there's no 816 in it. So it's a bit cheaper. All right, so this is the story. So this is till the U's are shipping this month. The A2560K will probably ship early November, end of October, early November, probably more early November. And the Gen X should ship probably in December, in mid-December and so on. After that, we'll see, but so on, that's what's going on. So I just explained what these are really what's going on, the three new things. So the idea was really, I cannot support a very big production flow right now. So basically the idea is really to focus on coming up with products that are niche. So because early on I was in this realm of 8-bit computers, and then there's David with the X16, there's the Mega 65 people. So right now, Mega 65, I've sold like 400 units. They were prepared. They had a lot more money at their disposal to do everything they did. The fact that you have an entry level into the C64 probably helped a lot. So my strategy from 2020, early 2021 was to go away from that world. In reality, I'm going to become, or the idea was to become like the SGIs and Apple of the new retro computer world. So really focus on the high-end stuff, maybe low volume, very low volume, but still really tackle these people that are more interested to go with bigger machine and, instantiate, more fancy stuff and everything. So moving on. Why am I, I'm going to take 5 minutes on this and basically is like why I'm getting to do this. Okay. So yes, sir. So the idea is, all right. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. So ultimately the idea is that when I got into the retro computing in 2018. I think there's a lot of people that came during this time. And I thought that, there's just so much you can do when you're going back into playing with your old computers. And I think there was something missing from the experience. I think nostalgia is really what people bring, that this is the key factor that brings people back in. But most people have been mainly updating their old computer back to 2021, 2018 and on technology, which again, it's like you want to pip in your Amiga, it's great, but then it's still an Amiga. And I think part of the whole, nostalgia factor is, and that's the thing I think is missing, and that's what I'm trying to push for, is the fact that part of the retro time was the fact that when we were younger, we got a Commodore 64 or any other computer of that kind. That was the time we were trying to figure it out, to learn it, to sit down, try to program it. I think there was a lot of reward into the work of trying to understand it. And then we got games and we got into hacking. We've learned a lot. We created a full generation of people that got involved into programming and hardware design. I'm one of these people. And what I'm trying to do is really to bring this back. That's part of nostalgia that is missing, I think, in the overall retro community. I mean, it's quite clear that everybody has their gang. It's very segregated, but there's always a portion of all these people involved. I mean, people are creating C64 games. So some of these people were not game programmers before. They had to learn, get back to it. So this is basically the philosophy behind all the computers I've been creating, to really bring back the people to go back to discover. And it involves work. And that's why it's so difficult for me to get the whole idea to go across, because you need to get off your ass, sit down, and to learn a new machine. And we got lazy over time. We know everything about everything, and Linux, Windows, we know all about these things, and we don't think anymore. We don't get ourselves to learn new things and try new things. So this is really the overall idea behind what I'm doing. And it's a tough job, because people are lazy, and I'm lazy as well. I can include myself in this. But I think a lot of people got involved in it and start doing things that can be really rewarding, and that's nostalgic and rewarding. And this is a great feeling, and that's what I'm selling. But it's very virtual in terms of ideas. So it's not like I'm selling you an iPhone 13 or something. So it's like a long period of foreplay and sex and everything. It's not like a 2-minute thing on the side of the table, right? So again, so this is why I'm doing it. I believe in the idea of, if you actually sit down and learn it, there's a lot of reward. And early on, I think it's more interesting because there's so much to bring to the table for others to use. And, if you're part of the Mavericks early on, you can leave a mark. And I believe that there's still a way to make this thing bigger, but people need to believe in it. And that's the difficult part I struggle with. But, I manage with what I have, and, it's going okay. I'm not going to complain. I mean, it could be a lot worse. So at this point, I'm going to go into the process of starting to design a product. Okay. So basically, first part of, if you want to get involved in designing one of those products is, okay, you have a good idea. First thing first, are you insane? Okay. This is the first thing you have to ask yourself, because when you get yourself into designing something like this, you're going to get caught into a lot of things that you don't think about at the beginning. So first thing first, are you insane? If you're not, do you have a lot of time to give away to it? A lot of money to spend for it? I mean, I guess these are questions that most people don't ask themselves when they get in a hobby. But when you're just doing onesies and twosies for your friends, it's not a big deal. But if you want to start selling stuff to others, and you're part of a specific community, then you might be facing some critique, and you kind of need to know what you're doing at the time to really justify the means to design what you want to design. So personally, I got for fun into the whole thing, and then basically became more serious than I thought, and then I got caught in it. But still, I enjoyed the process. I've done it many times. So do you have a lot of times? Do you have a lot of money? Do you have all your head? Can you see yourself doing that for many years? And if you're going to sell it, are you ready to deal with, the trolls and all the critique and everything? And I think most of the time we get in these processes and we don't really ask ourselves these questions. But hey, I'm telling you today, these are questions that one should ask themselves. I don't know if you're seeing this clearly. I can make it bigger if you want. Okay. So great. So when David came up with his ideas at the beginning in April 2018, I took a while to think about it. I said, okay, how I would go about this. So I created this first block diagram, and it was very fancy. It was very beautiful. So if you remember the first product I showed you, that was basically what it was supposed to be. And I pretty much fulfilled that requirements, although I did stuff it with a lot of stuff that was not supposed to be there, you know. And then 3 years after, because the idea was, and I think it's a great idea from the beginning to really establish exactly what you want to do. So you create a block diagram of what you want to do, which I think it's like any creative endeavors, you need to make a plan somehow. So 3 years later, this is my block diagram for the A2560K, which a lot simpler. You can tell that I didn't spend so much time because my enthusiasm for the whole process got eroded over time. I was like, okay, I just need to put those blocks down and to figure things out. But still, the interest, it's still very important to do the process, and I did that. So I thought I crossed that check on the checklist to let's create a plan. And basically after that, I got or usually you get yourself into the, design phase. And usually with electronics products, we start doing schematic, boards, board layout. But for me, it was like, okay, do I have the right tools? I think one needs to get the right tools to start designing products that one would want to sell to others. I mean, you can get free tools, but those free tools are free and they're not as stuffed. I mean, it's not like Blender that became over time super good. I'm not saying that the free tools are bad, but at some point when you deploy these design and you want to start making more complicated stuff, it might be limiting. So for me, I did start with the cheap, well, not cheap, but inexpensive tools. And in the middle of the design process, I switched and I created more problems. So make sure you choose your tools right. The mechanical tools, the schematic tools. I ended up paying for Altium because now Altium designers, you can pay per month, although it's still expensive, but I think it's worth it. Yeah, so basically I start creating. So first thing first, you create a schematic design. I would say that anybody who wants to design products, please use the available website that offers free symbols and parts and everything that you can import in your design. So don't reinvent the wheel. I would say that if you're going to use those services, SnappyDA, SumAxis, all these guys, they're great, but assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. I'm going to repeat that many times today. Just don't trust them. You have to verify them. One would think that it might be good, but the more recent one seems to be better, but the old ones might be like old parts might be not as good. So be careful. Take your time when you're doing your design, revise your design. Usually you put it on the back burner and then a few days later you come back. And I'm saying it and I'm trying to follow my own rules. Sometimes I don't, and I get punished because there's a problem with the boards later. Use any reference design that you can find. It's really important. If you're designing with FPGAs, some rules for you guys if you want to do it. If you want to start doing the FPGAs, the rules are decoupling, super important, and a lot of different values to capture all the noise on different frequencies. Always make sure that your clocks are in and out are connected on the right pin because they're always reserved and they're specific. And make sure that your JTAGs connectivity and programming, programming pins are also very well connected properly, because if any of these things are wrong or missing, it's not going to work and you're going to trash it. And this is probably the most important thing. And when you receive your board, you build it. This is probably the first thing you want to test. Yeah, it does power up. Then you test the JTAG right away, because if you cannot talk to the FPGA, there's nothing you can do. Also, it's a good idea to fan out all the pins on your BGAs, just in case. I've done that many times, and I got FUCK every time. So make sure to find out everything, even if it's not very convenient for the PCB layout. But overall, I think it's a great strategy to, always, to implement everything. So moving on to basically the process that I went through many, many times during my career is always, okay, you start with the schematic, you make a plan, you start with your schematic, and then you start placing your parts. But nowadays you have the possibility of doing mechanical design. So I'm going to show you the other part. So basically this is what I did. So I did a preliminary placement. Usually you place your connectors, you establish the size of your board. I use an ITX, mini ITX for the Gen X, which is standard. That's the first time I'm going to design something that uses standard size to allow people to use a standard enclosure. Although, like I said early on, there's many assembly in the board. So I don't know how people would go about installing the other assemblies in the board, in the enclosure they would choose, but there's definitely a possibility there for people to do this. So people complain, I try to listen to them. In that case, I usually try to do custom design, but custom design has its own set of problems as well. You have to, 3D print everything, because 3D print is the only way for us, but I'll come back to this. So like I was saying, you would normally do an early placement, and you go fetch all these 3D components as well, 3D models for all the components. You can find pretty much all of them nowadays. Please do that. Very important to make sure everything fits. And you export it, and then you start your 3D, enclosure design. And that's what I did. I created the board, and then I start from the bottom and I create everything up. I had an idea. I wanted to recreate the good old cube from Next, or the concept of SGI, which I'm very inspired from, because like I said, I wanted to leave the world of the 8-bit computer to a certain degree, at least for the Gen X. So I think it was a great way to go about it. So as you saw, this is what I came up with. But it's still a work in progress. When I'm going to go back to it, I need to finish it and then start getting quotes and everything. So that's also part of the process of getting this design. So one of the things you need to face when you're doing small batches is the fact, okay, you have an enclosure, it's a custom enclosure. How are you going to go about it? This is really, you have to go and see, okay, what material are you going to use? Is it 3D printed? And then you need to make it fit. So you need to print it and, make it better. Go back, choose the PLA, what kind, and is it, what kind of setup you need to do, and you go back. So that's what I wrote down. So 10, you print an enclosure. 20, is it doing the job? No, go back to 10 and do it again and again and again till it fits. So when you're close to what you want, you just lock it down, and then you go back to you start doing your PCB design. So you ultimately end up your PCB layout, you know that your connector is going to fit, and that's what I did. And in the process of creating this, you go through the same processes as if you want to create something. Don't assume anything. Assumption is the mother of all fuck ups. So use all the 3D models, the footprints and everything, check everything. And usually if you deal with PCB manufacturers, try to go with less layers, try to use finer details on the PC board as opposed to have many more layers, because it's a lot less expensive. There's way more manufacturers ready to take on your orders in China, for example, if you have only 6 layers as opposed to 8, because at that point, the really cheap shops don't do 8 layers. You have to go to the fancier, and it starts to be more expensive. I know that, GLC PCB, for example, can do very small lines and spaces on the top and bottoms of the PCBs, not the internal layers, but it does help a lot. In my case, for example, I'm using a 780 pin BGA for the Gen X. So in order to fan out all these pins, I need to use these 4/4 tau separation and everything. So these are the specificities of creating the board themselves. So for anybody who's been seasoned and doing that easy peasy, that's really the easy part if you think about it. comes the fancy stuff and the more problematic stuff. Because the world we're living in right now, as you know, is full of pitfalls and problems, and it's not as easy it was like even 2 years ago to get parts. And first of all, if you're doing small batches, you're caught dealing with DigiKeys and Mausers and sometimes arrows, although arrows are definitely better in terms of pricing. But if you want to deal with DigiKey and Mauser, you need to have a lot of lubricant and you have to bend over, because these guys are charging you an arm and a leg, and they really are FUs. You know what I mean? So at some point you need to go east to go find your stuff, and then you have to deal with the arrogance of some of those vendors in AliExpress, Alibaba. Although my experience has been that if you find yourself a good Alibaba supplier, you're good to go, and you'll have pretty much all the time good quality parts. The problem is that most suppliers deal with the same suppliers. They have like main suppliers of certain parts. And when you're dealing with old parts, you can have, shady stuff going on. But it's a hit and miss. For me, what I decide to do over time is like to order the same thing at different places. So if I get a batch of shitty stuff, then I can rely on the other batch I got. Certain parts are more difficult to find, but you can find pretty much everything you want. AliExpress is the same thing, although AliExpress is more like the garbage place. But, if you want parts, you'll find good parts. Most of the time I have good parts. I think it's really when you're not getting the thing you ordered, or if you don't get parts that are half working, you need to expect that. So this is where you start dealing with shitty suppliers that don't want to give you back your money. They don't want to ship your stuff. So I think the idea of not putting all your eggs in the same basket when dealing with China is the good strategy. You don't want to buy a batch of 500 pieces on one place. This is ridiculous. You're going to get burned with this. Don't do this. So after you designed it, you have your PCB stuff, you buying your parts, you're starting to build your thing. Also, something maybe I wrote on the slide or not, is really the idea that buying your parts beforehand, even if you have to pay more, is always a good idea, because you can test the footprint of your parts to see if they fit. It's a great thing to do for the one that don't do that often. There's a lot of mistakes created from the fact that we assume again that the package will be a certain way, and then we end up like, oh no, it's not exactly what I thought. So you design the boards, you have your Gerber file, you're ready for fabrication. Obviously, you want to go to China. It's cheap. Rule of thumb, if you're dealing with PCB manufacturers, use the one that are not advertising as much as the others, because the one that advertise a lot, usually because they have something to hide, I don't know. I did deal with the one that was advertising a lot, and they did some crap. And I never went back. So I don't know why people are promoting them so much. I don't want to say their names, but I'm sure people will figure it out. I deal with GLC PCB, and they're doing great most of the time. It's China, after all. I mean, I love Chinese people. It's just that sometimes they're big and they're producing a lot, and sometimes there's a lot of overlooking on stuff, but that's okay. I think it's something you need to expect when you're dealing with these people, and so cheap. Anybody who has been designed before knows that 10 years ago, you would pay like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to get a batch of 6 layers. So today is like, okay, I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to get it done again somewhere else. I don't know. So this is also part of the whole process of getting your PCB. So designing, it's one part. Purchasing is another part, and dealing with all these shenanigans. Fabrication, another part of shenanigans. If you need to create your BOM, I would suggest that people get some bare board first and build them by hand first. I think this is really part of the whole process of completing the cycle of design. I think it's really a great time, and you get to build your own stuff, at least for first prototype. So get your tweezers, get your parts, Friday afternoon, Friday night, and you just put in your stuff. I would also suggest that you unpack your stuff before and you put them on a plate or something, so it's a lot faster. But I don't want to get too much into this, but overall, I think going into the early fabrication is important. So after that, so far I've been creating all these things and came up with boards, and okay, so I'm trying to align this more properly. Hold on. Okay, so you got your boards, you got your parts, you sat down one Friday at night and you put it together. You said your wife, hey, go have some food somewhere. I'm going to build this baby. And then you need to fire it up. So people are always like very anxious to put power on. For one, I'm a crazy person. So I usually don't bother. I just plug it in and say, hey, either I'm going to see a show of flames and smoke, or there will be nothing. And most of the time it's nothing. You know, after 30 years, one would expect that you'll have no smoke. And usually I don't have any problem with that. Some people wait a few days and they're like doing any tests and verifying everything. It's just crazy. So usually I go for it. And worst case, most of the time anyway, if you're using switching power supplies and regulators, they usually have like short circuit protection. So you can really feel the heat coming out really quickly, and you can fix it and you're on the track to get it to work very quickly. Then the first thing I do when there's an FPGA, and all my designs have FPGA, is to literally put the power on, verify all the rails. And when it's all great, then I just check the damn FPGA. I need to see if the clocks are there, but the JTAG is the ultimate thing. And like I said, if it's not good, you didn't fan out your stuff and you're like, then it's go back to square one, and you need to go fix it and get another batch and wait 2-3 weeks and so on and so forth. So that is without having any other problems afterward. But that's the process. So if you manage to all that and you didn't throw your stuff to the garbage, I think everything is fine. So you're still in one piece mentally, everything is going good. So then you move on to the debug phase where you're going through the debugging and find the problems, and you'll probably go back to let me center all this. So you designed it, you put it together, you put the power on, you got it to talk to the FPGA, you're starting to do your design, and it starts to work. And then you go back to another revision, because I know very little people that do stuff the first time. So you have to go back, do it again. So that's a lot of time and a lot of energy, and you didn't show it to anybody at that point. So is your FPGA functional? Do you feel good about yourself? You're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's really a great feeling. You're probably halfway through your nightmarish situation, because now you didn't get even close to dealing with the external world. But you start talking about it. Say, hey, I have something working. This is great. And in my case, back in 2018, I was contacted by the people from SnapEDA, and my strategy was just to design this computer in my basement, although I was not in the basement, but in the shadows. And one day I would come, hey, da-da-da, there you go, it's done. But the lady, the CEO, Natasha at the SnapEDA, it happens that I was the 100,000 subscriber to her site to get parts. And she asked me if I want to do an interview. And little did I know that she had a lot of, reach outside, and I got a lot of attention really quickly, and I was not even close to be ready, which influenced a lot my decision in the first prototypes. Also made me very miserable, but because I was trying to please everybody about what I was doing. So I've learned a couple of lessons with this. But again, when you're starting to put yourself out there, you start getting critique. People want this, people want that. Some people, there's really insane stuff, and you need to, swim through all this stuff and make a decision. And then you need to be adamant about your vision, but you also want to please, because if you want to sell it, you need to kind of give what people want. So it's a tough call at some point. And at that point, if you get connected or get known, then the trolls are coming out and they start bugging you. And it's like you're designing something with a 816 with a 14 megahertz processor, but somebody comes along and say, hey, you need to have a data set port on your computer. It's like, you got to be kidding me, right? And then you almost got people menacing you if you don't put it in. It's like, no, I'm not going to put like that stuff in. Well, what's the point, right? So anyway, this is really the hard part for me was really, okay, I need to deal with that stuff, and I was not ready to deal with it, and that was really difficult. And but if you do manage, then you come to the point where, okay, I got something that works, and I need to mass produce it. And this is another, and this is, I think, one of the example where, and David Murray with the X16 came to the same realization, because all his team the technical team went through the same process I'm just explaining to you. So all these choices, all the debugging phase, the design phase is the easy part. And then you come and say, okay, I need to produce it. What am I going to do? So China is cheap, but in order to get stuff done in China, you need to ship anything that China doesn't have. So if you have FPGAs, you need to ship your FPGAs to them, because you rarely can find the newest model they don't have access to. So you need to pay the duties to get your stuff in there. You need to have a lot of quantity to make it worthwhile. And then they're going to ship it back. You'll have to finish them. You'll probably have to finish them with some true old stuff if you don't get everything there. It's a nightmare. And if you have a lot of volumes, it's something that you can manage. I mean, if it was like if I had volume like the Atari VCS, the new one, it would not be difficult. I can deal with production with $1 million in my bank account. But when you have buy 40, 50, 60, it's very difficult, because it's very expensive to ship your stuff over there. The overall CM is definitely cheaper than in Canada, for example, the United States, but the overhead is still very expensive. You need to pay duty, shipping, bring it back. They have toolings and everything. Here, locally, it costs really an arm and a leg, and an arm and a leg, and an arm and a leg. It's very expensive. It became very expensive because, it's so niche now. So for me, early on, where I used to work, I had access to the surface mount machine, the picture I put on. So that was a cheap one, and it did well. But then I left the company. I didn't have access. I still don't have access. So I built everything by hand, because it's more economical to do it this way. Because, for example, I could ask GLC-PCB to do it, but GLC-PCB doesn't do only one side. It's like so okay, if it's going to be half fabricated, then might as well do it all. So this is another hassle you have to deal with. So fabrication, buy all the parts, have to buy reels, buy more quantity that you really need, hoping that you're going to sell more, because you cannot buy just 10 FPGA. You need to buy more to make it worthwhile for the shipping, duties, and everything when you're buying from China. So China is great to have a lot of parts, but China is also a headache, because you have to pay more. Well, it's not more, but you need to pay extra fees for duties and taxes and shipping and everything. But the other side of the coin, which is interesting, is that if it's small quantity, then you don't usually pay duties and everything, because it comes to normal mail, and the people at the border don't care. So that's the positive side of this. So this is the only electronic parts. Now you have to deal with the 3D printed parts. So you have to deal with printing the parts. So if you have 30 orders, you have 5 parts. I'm going to show you the A2560K. There's like 5, 6, 7 parts, different parts in the system that are 3D printed. That's a lot of 3D printed. 3D printed third party, same thing. It's more costly, costs more. I was trying to sell the product less back in the days. Now I really don't care. I think people interested in the product will buy it no matter what. So I tend to sell a little bit more than before. Some people complain, but I guess if they're not willing to invest in the whole process or a product, then there's no point for it to be cheaper. And these things are literally built by hand, one by one. So I thought might as well just make it worthwhile for me. So mass production is it's like trouble. And then assembly, when you get your assembly, if you get it somewhere else, if you do it yourself, you need to test, spend hours testing my stuff, make sure it's working. You don't want to get it to be out in the wild and not work. This is one of those things. You cannot let something go without testing it all, and that takes a lot of time. So you're very far away from the fun parts of designing at that point. So that's really a pain in the butt. So the final assembly to put it together, if your 3D print failed and stuff like this is really like a lot of time spent. Testing, same thing. A lot of time is spent, and it's a lot of work. So I wish I would have and it's weird because in my case, sell very small numbers of units. And it's the reason I decided to sell very niche, definitely more expensive stuff. If I do less, then at least it's worthwhile doing it. But early on the FMX, I spent hours on end. I was spending at least 5 to 10 hours to assemble, to put it together, to test it, to make sure it was perfect per unit. So 700 hours I spent in average to get these things out, because I'm still alone to do it. And back in the day I was working, so it was really just using the time I had left. So again, my personal biggest issue is still because I'm working on my own and I'm doing everything myself. And that's why at some point you need to go back and do another sanity check and say, hey, is it worthwhile? You managed to create a product, you designed it, you assembled it, you tested it, you shipped it, people are happy, because that's really the point. It's not even about money. I'm not into this to make money. I'm not going to get rich with this. It's really for the fun of doing it, but it's really for people the reward is really to see people enjoying it and coming back to me and say, hey, wow, I have so much fun, because it's really rewarding to create stuff and see the results and see a sprite on the screen appear, and then you get animation going and stuff, and then you end up having a game or something. So this is the rewarding parts, and that's why I'm still doing it. So when you're at the end, you ask the question was it worth it? It's a great question. But wait, was it worth it? It's a great question, but what? Hold on, I need to ship it? I'm talking about all these painful steps after you design, because if you're a designer, you tend to love to design parts, right? So that's the funny part. Nobody bugs you. You do what you want. You enjoy it. You create your thing. It works. You finalize it. You make it work. You want to sell it. Then you start getting into this nightmarish fabrication, buying, so on and so forth. But then when it's finished, you finally get it. It's in the box. You have to ship the damn thing. And then what? They charge you $20 more to get a tracking? So you got to be freaking kidding me, right? That's the way it is. It's so weird. So I'm going to ship something in US. It's going to be shipping of FMX in US was $20 to ship, with a tracking was 40 something dollars. It was crazy. Europe, it costs you another alarm, and then you don't have any arms, any legs at that point, but you still need to find some to pay for the shipping. So even at the beginning, I was selling everything free shipping. That was a mistake. But anyway, shipping is another hassle in the process of getting your product in people's hand. So, and again, I'm repeating myself, I know, but I'm not big in for a lot of, and it's a bit of a problem. But anyway, I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can. So yeah, shipping, duty, everything is a nightmare, but you deal with it. And finally, you end up in the end, the inevitable truth about what you're creating, sharing your passion. There's a lot of pain involved, like I explained. You get through this and you make mistakes and you fix them, and there's always the pressure to ship stuff from the moment you start talking about, oh, I'm ready to sell it, or you pre-sell it. And that's one of the difference with the A2560K that I'm about to talk about very soon, that I did differently. I didn't talk about it at first. I just designed it, I created it to a certain point, and then I start talking about it, which was really different. It was definitely better. And this is something I don't know why I kept doing, just talking about my stuff, showing CGI models before it actually exists, and it's like this thing I'd like to inflict pain to myself and just put more pressure on myself. Any people that are pleasing people knows that if you're trying to please somebody and you put pressure on yourself, it's just going to destroy you. That's one of the reasons back in it was June 2020, I kind of made this video about like giving up and everything, which in reality, I never really gave up. It was just like a frustration video because people were complaining. It's like, why are you complaining? And some people are just complaining about details, but it just run you down to hear people say, oh, I wish there was this, I wish there was that. Dude, do you have any idea what it takes to create these things? So this is really, the process of creating something from scratch and to bring it into market. Then you have to deal with all these things. And now it's even worse because of the parts availability and all these crazy things in the world. And am I going to get my parts? And the funny parts is that I don't have too much problem with availability. FPGA is a problem. It's not a total because I use older parts. Retro computing is about old stuff. So finding old stuff is easy. Aside of the FPGA, but they're stock. It's just that they're selling it more. And sometimes they sell you recycled parts. I don't have any problem with recycled parts either because, if I can recycle them and they work, I don't care. It's not like I'm going to create a weapon with this and they need to work in the military. So in that case, it's fine. So overall, if I manage to buy more, if I could buy more, then I could stock and I would be fine. So it's not even an issue. But, you still need to find all these different parts and stock them. And I don't have the money to do this. So again, my biggest problem is that I don't have enough volume, but I'm serving a very niche market. But anyway, was it worth it for me? Most of the time, yes. It's really can be really rewarding. I think now it's more rewarding because I think the community is bigger, it's more involved. The community that was created around the Foenix is very, very strong, very solid, very dedicated, and I love them to death. They're really, really into the whole Foenix line products, and it's great. And I hope more people will join because we're not about bullshit. I'm very transparent about what we're doing. I'm keeping people up to date. It's really important for me to know what's going on and for people to know what's going on. Super, super important. So I might not be as famous or important as others, but I think what we have is very, very interesting. And I think they're gonna love me even more now because I'm going to talk about the thing they've been waiting for a long time. So this is it for the first part. I think I've just hit the 1 hour time. I'm wondering is there anybody who would like to ask questions about what I've just talked about? And if there's none, then I'm going to move on to the other part.
All right. Any questions for Stefany about part 1? Yes, I have a question. So he's curious about I/O voltages and so forth.
About I/O voltages, about what?
Stefany, can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the challenges I see when you're trying to do retro stuff is everything wants to be 5 volts from the 70s and 80s and so forth, and no modern part seems to be able to do that or want to do that. It looks like you're using 3.3 or something like that. How have you dealt with I/O voltage issues?
Well, it's an issue. It's been an issue for the audio chips a lot. I mean, most of the CPUs I've used, like for example, the 68,000, it's an SEC. It says 5 volt and 3 volts. These 816, the 65C816 is the same thing, 3 and 5 volts. The biggest challenges will be with the 68,000, the 68030, these bigger guy, because even the 4060Xs was in 3.3 volts. So how I did deal with it was for example, the audio chips at some point, it required a lot of IOs from the FPGA. I started using these logic chip. They were serial to parallel chips, but they handled different power supplies for the serial port and parallel port, which was absolutely amazing because these parts were perfect. So I think they're the 595, but they have a class where you have dual power supply, which was absolutely amazing. So that fixed a lot of problems. There's also the TI, the level translator, without having to tell him which side you need to go, which direction it needs to go. I would say that it's a hit and miss with these guys. Sometimes they work very well. Sometimes they start oscillating. It's a pain in the butt. I've not been able to define or know exactly what is making them oscillate at some point. And to be honest, I'm still on the fence about how I'm going to go about dealing with the 68030, because even in the A2560K, it's a 68040V, which is a 3.3 volt version. I'm trying to stay away as much as possible about translators. Ideally, I guess I would have to use normal translators with strobes that tells the direction. So what I might end up doing is maybe create a prototype boards with a 6830, 68 EC or 30 or something like this with translator like the TI. But even the TI parts right now are difficult to find. So to see how they behave in high speed and everything, because I use them for joystick, for example, and they start associating. That was crap. I had to remove them. So that's how I've been dealing with this. But it's not been hitting me hard so far. It's not been major components. It's kind of sad because it does increase the cost of everything because you need to translate everything. But yeah, I'll probably have to do some tests to really see with the 68,000 family how it's going to behave. So that's how I managed it so far. Any other questions?
Looks like no other questions. All right, so you ready to move on to part 2?
Yes, part 2. Ta-da-da!
All right, wonderful.
Yes. Okay, everybody's ready. Everybody's waiting.
I'm ready.
Okay, you are ready, huh? Okay, so before I do my showdown on this one, just a little bit of backstory. So the idea of the A2560K, aside of the fact that it just ended up being, I needed this board I talked about before to do the base development for the Gen X. And fundamentally, the idea was to introduce DRAM to the system. And it's weird because I ended up realizing that moving to SDRAM, for example, for the video was a bad idea because there's a lot of overhead and I'm not going as fast to mitigate that overhead. And but when I decided to create that board, I said, okay, out of this, I'm going to create a product. And the A2560K was born, but it's been in the back of our heads, me and other member, the Alpha group, for a very long time. So we always talked about, hey, I'm going to get a keyboard version. Never happened. And actually 2 years ago, I got somebody to develop a keyboard PCB for the product. And only this year we actually, we had to revisit it and change it, but ended up being used. So it's been in the plan for a long time. The 68040 the whole system is really like something I wanted to do for myself as opposed to do it for others. And it's the most expensive one. I made sure to make it really fancy. So if anybody wants it, they'll pay for it because there's a lot of time involved to fabricate it. But I think people will like it and they might actually put the money in it because every time I see 68040, I see some grins in people's face and they start going crazy. And the keyboard is also an aspect of what they really are attached to. So without further ado, so I guess I'll show you the picture of it. So where is it? Oh, so there it is. So let me center the product. So there it is. So this is the A2560K. Let me shrink it a little bit. Do you see clearly? Okay. All right, so this is the A2560K. It's a 68040 base system. It comes with a 25 megahertz version. Although there is a 40 megahertz V version. Rochester Electronics sells them, but they're sold $300. So it's very possible that I might offer a more expensive version with a 40 megahertz. If I switch, I can show you the overall. And I'm going to go through the specification. Let me put you the pictures. I'm going to describe the thing. I just want to make sure that you see. So the system specification is a 68040, like I said. In the system, on the board, there's 4 megabytes of SRAM, fast RAM. There's 64 megabytes of SDRAM. That is separated, so you can do DMA, SDMA stuff within the system. There's 4 megs of flash, I forgot to put it. There's VK3, the new incarnation of the next generation of the VK series, which basically has 2 separate buffers, so I will be able to do more. There's also a dual, you can see it on the picture at the top, there's a dual DVI output, so 2 screens. You can do bitmaps, sprites, tiles. There will be the Prism algorithm implemented in hardware. It's not done yet. There's multiple resolution you can use, so very low resolution, 320 by 200 to 1024 by 768. So this is really what, and VDMA in there, and there's a lot of stuff. So I couldn't list everything. Let me move the picture again. So in terms of audio, there's still a lot of stuff. So there's 2 empty SID sockets. I'll show you the PCB later. There's one real 7649, which is the sound chips from TI that has been used with the 2612. The machine comes with one real chips, 2 FPGA version of it, 2 Gideon SIDs inside. You can configure in 3D and mono. So ultimately you could have 4 SIDs in the system, 2 real 2612. I think there's an FPGA version as well. There's a real 2151 as well, the MIDI in, MIDI out, RCA in, you can simple out, you can simple in, so you can do captures. You have integrated speakers. I'm going to show you the pictures. So underneath the unit, so there is the, hold on. So under the unit, you have 2 speakers, and the little knobs in the front is the volume that you can adjust. On top of that, you have the floppy drive for good measure, the SD card interface, the 2.5 inch drive that you could put inside, dual serial port, single parallel port, do good old stuff. And finally, you have all the joystick, 2 DB9 Atari style that you could put a normal joystick, but you can also use the adapter I created for the U versions that allows you to plug for SNES or NES joypad. So ultimately you could have 2 of them. So you could have 8 of each if you wanted to. You have also, there's relays on the board that allows you to switch to analog modes. You have the keyboards, and the keyboards comes with RGB lighting, although the programming for this is not done yet. So yeah, it's in terms of compatibility, you have to see these computers have sandboxes. So the goal is really for you to start from scratch. We are developing a kernel in C that will be used across all the different platforms, which will be standardized, but basically it's really the minimum. You load, you execute. There's a debug mode in the back that you can download your code directly in the memory and execute it. So all the Foenix's products have that. So if I show you the next picture, so this is the board inside. So that was ultimately that was my stomach is growling. So this is the main board inside. So you can see the 2 sockets for the SIDs at the bottom right. You have the sockets for the 768049, the OPN2 and OPM. The MIDI, you have a Super IO in there. So there's a lot of legacy. So the overall idea, like I said, is to have different processors, same hardware. It just being brought from one product to the other, which is a reason why I can produce stuff so quickly from one to the other, which some people think I'm not focused, but I'm really focused on what I'm doing. I'm just like really creating a lot of new products because I'm trying to get these niche group of people that would like to design on something else in the 6502. And no offense to the 6502 community. So this is the board I've been developing too. And what I did is I created these small modules. Maybe you can see at the bottom of the picture, which has a 68,000. And this is how I start developing the back end of the FPGA for the 68,000 that then I translated to the U. And ultimately, this is a comparison. I'm going to show you. So this is the comparison between the A600 and the 2560K in terms of size. So it's a bit longer. It's about the same height, although my front end of the keyboard is definitely more bulky. It's a little bit more like a bread bin, a C64 bread bin. People buying it can choose the switch they want. There's not that many options, but bottom line, you can choose the switches you want. It's in pre-sales. The board have been, like I said, there's still a little bit of work, but it should ship for the next 2-3 weeks. So I'm very close to be finished. And what else? Did I create something else? Yeah, so this is what the A2560K, so this is the roadmap for what's coming. So in October, the C256 Foenix U is shipping. The A2560K 50U will be shipping as well. So these are level entry products. For now, I'm going to stick with these two, but I was thinking about bringing others, which might be a little bit bigger with bigger processor later. The A2560K will be the next in line, and then the Gen X's and the A2560X. And then later we'll see. And then there are different modules I want to bring in, but these are the standard. Basically it's going to be 68,000, 68 EC030, the EC040. Basically the only one for now, at least for a while, to have a 6840 with the MMU, because everybody's like, oh, I would like to install Linux on it. Is the 2560K, so they'll have to pay a premium for it. Because early on I wanted to stick with non-MMU oriented machine to get people to stay grounded for a while. Maybe later we'll do it's planned to do the 6840 for the Gen X version, and maybe the MIPS. There's definitely enough pins because it's multiplexed. I could do the MIPS later for fun. So that would be one of those fun projects just for fun, and to create modules with it and stick it in there and try to make it work. So this is what the A2560X is, and I'm hopefully people will find it interesting, at least attractive. And that's it. This is the big thing. I don't know. I'm going to hear about my community real soon about it. It's like, so is there any question about it? I can show you live actually.
All right. Any questions? Yes.
So this is it.
Do you want to come up?
Well, first,
Yep.
just can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Congratulations. It looks amazing. I
Thank
have
you.
two questions. One, you mentioned at the beginning of this something more about MIPS and SGI and your thoughts on all of that. I'm an SGI dork, so I would love to hear you expand on that. And the other question is, what brought you to the choice of two DVI outputs? There's so many options, and that seems like an interesting one, so I'd love to hear about that. Thank you.
I'm not sure about the first question, but I will answer the second question first. The second question is that along the way, okay, so when people starting to develop with the Foenix, the normal Foenix, people did a lot of debugging. When you start a new computer, obviously you need to develop a lot of things. You need to develop a lot of stuff. And for example, one of the person in the community started doing his own GUI interface. Mike Bush started doing this, and you're developing a GUI. You need to do a lot of debugs, and he was using the CL port. And at some point the idea was, okay, I wanted to get people to maybe look into developing some expansion cards for the system. Although in the 2560K there's no expansions, but so I figured that with a simple FPGA that I had some in my hand that I was not using, I could develop a simple expansion card, and that would be simply a text, a second display, just text. Okay, simple video memory just for stuff. No bitmap, nothing like this, to use as a debugging tool. And when I got to do the Gen X and everything, I was like, okay, I have extra resources in the FPGA. I could re-implement it because it's a great way to have a second text mode. It's a great thing to have because you don't waste time waiting for the serial port, and you can have your thing live. And then thinking more about it, sometimes I wish I would not had stuff like this because it's very over designing to a certain degree. But at some point you can also see the positive side, that it gives an edge to a certain degree because you have the possibility, because in the Gen X's and the A2560K, because they both going to use the VT3 implementation, I will probably do a little bit more with the text mode, which means that you could actually do a little bit of graphics. So one could create like an RPG game, for example. You could have your text on one side and your graphic on the other. So you won't have two things that are exactly the same. But yeah, it's really one of those things I created. I thought this is great to have a video. And even for me to do some development, I think it's very handy to have a second video output. And it's kind of trendy nowadays to have two monitors. So I figured, but it came to a surprise when I realized, when I asked as a small survey on the community to see if most people would use it, and turned out that not everybody would use it automatically. So we had to change our strategy a little bit about how we're going to use it in terms of kernel driving and everything. So it's there. It's not that much of a big deal. It does take some IOs from the FPGA, but I thought it's a great to have. So do you mind repeating the first question?
Well, I guess so. I think you answered a more interesting thing than what I was asking initially about the two DVI outputs. Is it something about the Vicky 3 that makes it easier to do digital output instead of, because there's no analog video output, or did I miss something? Is there analog video output on that?
You mean VGA analog?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do have a VGA analog.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the data is coming in the DAC, the video DAC, and the DAC does both.
I see. Okay. And
So you could literally have a monitor, CRT monitors on both if you wanted to.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess I just missed the ports. That's awesome. Cool.
I didn't mention it, but it's like inferred, but well, it shouldn't be inferred. For me, it is, but it's not. Sorry.
And the other thing, you were mentioning a MIPS version.
Yes.
And when I maybe I misunderstood, but early on in the presentation you were talking about silicon graphics.
Yes.
So is that because what's involved in bringing MIPS implementation, and what about silicon graphics? What in the community? What's the talk been about that you've been interested in?
Like I said, obviously the first step for me is to create the machine, the Gen X, and with the FPGA in place, there's only a certain number of pins I can use. And for example, and that's kind of limiting to the 32-bit processors still. And the idea is really to design all these different processors in. And so the MIPS came a little bit afterward because I knew about the MIPS a long time ago, but it was been so long. I didn't remember that the MIPS, and it's an architecture as a multiplexed bus, right? So 32-bit of one, and you do a multiple. I have enough. It has a 64-bit wide bus, but you do multiplexing with the address and data and everything, which is something I could support with the machine. So the idea to support the MIPS, and the fact that I've been heavily inspired by the fact that, with the SGI is a bit two different things in reality. The whole system is supposed to be a sandbox. You could probably bring in an OS from the SGI world and try to port it. I don't know. There's two different things for me. There's the physicality and the design of the products itself, which is really inspired. And the fact that I'm probably the only one doing, new retro system based or close to what the bigger system were at the time. MIPS is really just for fun. I don't know if people would be interested. It's like the 65816 and the 6502. I know Motorola is the same. I think Motorola will get a lot of people on board, but I'm not sure if MIPS would. But it was just for fun. From the moment the back end of the machine works, you can put any modules, and that's why I also talked about doing RISC-V and stuff like this. All the fancy stuff, because at the end it's just the modules you can design, put it in, and the MIPS allows me to do this. But for example, the PowerPC would not allow me to do it because there are two 64-bit buses, or 32-bit buses and 64-bit wide data, that I couldn't do it because I don't have any pins. So I don't know if it answers your questions.
Yeah, answered your question.
Good.
Answered his questions. We have another question. You want to come up, please?
Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me all right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
I don't hear, I'll let you know.
First thing is congratulations. The type of work you do is amazing. From soldering, or at least baking all the parts on, to all the 3D design, it's something else, quite an accomplishment. I have two quick questions. One of them is, do you have any concerns about heat dissipation? I'm not sure if FPGA and the big 68K running on there, maybe some power regulators cause any issues, or you got that all taken care of. My second question is, from an FPGA perspective, is that the same component that you run on the U, or is that a bigger one because you need to do a lot more with it?
Again, I'm going to answer the second question first. So the FPGA, the problem is that in terms of resources, I think the size would be a limit. I mean, I came up with the problem of IOs mostly with the new generation of machine, including the 2560K, is definitely a bigger part because of the IOs. So I used to use, the U's are using a 40,000 gates. I use about 65% of it with everything included and the floating point unit. And this is something I forgot to mention. There's a big floating point unit in the FPGA. And then when I came to the 2560 with the dual display, doesn't take a lot of pins, but does take a little bit more pins to support 2 DACs, plus the SDRAM, plus the dual channel video system with the memory, although it used to be, SDRAM, now it's going to be SRAM back again. I was kind of limited, and the 68,000 the 040 takes a lot of pins, more pins than it takes a lot of pins. So I was kind of forced to use the bigger parts because in Intel lineup, there's few parts that has like 500 and something IOs, and I'm using like 90%, 95% of them. So this is really what justified the fact that I was using a bigger parts. The parts, if I was buying those parts here, it would cost me an arm and a leg, like $300-400. In China, they're a lot cheaper. There might be reused parts, reballed parts, but I would rather use a bigger parts, which is 115,000 gates, although it's not even close. It's half what the Mega 65 has. But these guys seems to be connected. But for me, it's a lot. So I have a lot of room to implement a lot of different things, although I don't want to spend like my time to implement more. So this is really the answer to the first question. The second question. The first question is about the power dissipation. The 6840 in the V25 doesn't consume a lot, although in the next revision of the board where I need to make those small modifications, I will probably include possibly a fan connector to put a fan on the 40 megahertz version. It's a couple of, I think it's a watt or something, the 25, so it's not a big deal. Although I have to be honest, I'm going to be changing the power supply just to be on the safe side of things. The enclosure has vents and everything, so I might put a fan possibly, and the Super IO happens to have a fan controller on it, so I'm going to probably use it just to be, but I don't think the FPGA itself doesn't, it's barely warm, you're not going to burn yourself on it. You don't need a heatsink for it. It's, I'm just, only the Viki engine runs at 100 and 200 megahertz, and it's mostly for the back end to get the video out. So it's not drawing a ton of current either. The rest is very slow, the 20 megahertz, 25 megahertz bus, even 40 megahertz bus is still pretty slow. So I don't think I'm going to have much problem with dissipation at this point, but I might be wrong, I did have some hubris in the past, and it came back to bite me in the ass. So right now it seems to be okay, at least for the 25 anyway.
Are there any more questions? Nope. It looks like last call for questions. Looks like that's it. No more questions.
All right. Well,
thank you, Stefany, for coming. And now it's like to see that the that new system is out. I don't know if you answered this question. What was I was noticing the naming scheme sort of changed. 256 and 256.0, the 256.0K. Did you explain about the different naming scheme before?
Well, the naming scheme I know it's basic, but early on in the idea of the C256 Foenix was, with the David Murray thing was really, okay, what would be, it was supposed to be the idea behind it, or the philosophy behind it was, it was supposed to be like a virtual successor to the 128. So 256 was meaningful. And since everything is 1 byte in terms of colors right now, everything is 1 byte per pixel. So to only 256 colors, but there's 8 lookup tables you can choose from, and anyway, it gives you a lot more colors you want, but out of 24 bits. But so the idea of the C256 was based on, yeah, that product I'm going to design, because my rule was, I set myself some rules because I didn't want to do like the Amiga 65, and I'm not complaining, or I'm not, you know, dishing, saying bad things about them. It's just that I didn't want to end up having just a plopping an FPGA on the side of the board. For me, was like there was no challenge, there was no real design idea. It needed to be more. So my idea was, okay, let's design this thing as close to what it would have been in 1990s. Of course, it was very difficult to really go full flange with this, because it just got you in problems getting parts and through holes and stuff like this. So I kind of curbed my own, I went around my own rules and tried to make it look and feel as much as possible as the 90s. So that's what I started off, and I keep trying to go that way. It's just that halfway through, the Foenix name was the fact that the lost brother that never came, and then it just came out of nowhere. So, and I was sure that anybody else doing the project for David would come up with C256. So I kind of, okay, I need to put another name next. So if somebody come up with the C256, I have something else to differentiate myself. The Foenix was really, okay, it's going to rise, and the new brother, whatever. But it only lasted a while. The idea lasted a while because I realized that with the Commodore 64, the Commodore community in general, you cannot play with this. It's like a legacy. You cannot assume anything, propose anything. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. It's like a cult, right? And you cannot play with the cult. And I realized that at some point I kind of distanced myself, and I was not going to be compatible with anything that existed before. Like the Amiga 65 is compatible with C64 and so on and so forth. They had their plan, it was great. But my plan was just not to be compatible, because I wanted to create a sandbox. So no way I was going to do this. So that's the backstory for the C256 Foenix naming. But the C256 Foenix ended up being very close to what an Amiga was. And for me, an Amiga is something I never got. And it's something I was very inspired from. So when I came up with the 68,000, then the A came from the Amiga. So the association with C for Commodore, A with the Amiga. And then I thought that, okay, if I add a new 0, it's like you're going from you're going to a different exponent. For example, you're just increasing the number 32 bits, 62 bits. So that was the idea between. So that's the reason I came up with the A2560. So it's Amiga type machine, if you will. And I wanted to keep the 256 still. The letter afterwards were really like, okay, the use for, the K was the first one because it was the keyboard version, and the X was, so that's really the scheming. So there's really nothing special aside of, okay, I wanted to keep these names, although some people complain about the fact that it could have been a little bit more fancier than it is. But for now, this is where we're going with this. So this is the backstory of the Amiga, or the A in front of the 2560K.
Since there are no questions, thank you, Stefany. Great talk. I really hope to see you in person next year in April at our next show.
Yes.
And
I
you'll
hope
have
so too.
because you have 2 other talks that we had, discussed a while ago. You can do those 2 other ones. It'll be great. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for inviting me again. Thank you, Jeffrey, Corey, everybody in the background, if they're still there. Thank you very much for listening. It was great. Thank you for the opportunity. All right. Thanks, guys. All right. So I might.
Check. Yep.
Yep. No, we're not going to move anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, the RF in here. I don't think he's got it on.
Test. Okay. It's on. Let's get this cooked up. Here you go, Ted. Clip this right here. Okay. All right. I hear you.
Test 1, 2. Does it work for me too? Great. Okay.
You guys don't need a laptop, right?
No.
All right. Well, I think perhaps I should just begin by saying how I started then.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So, once upon a time, I was an ambitious young fella and a generalist. I was interested in everything. I went to Swarthmore, which encourages generalism. I resented having to major, so I majored in philosophy, which was the easiest. And but I knew there was something lurking over the horizon. I thought I would find something that would be the sword in the stone.
Sorry to interrupt. When was this?
Oh, I graduated Swarthmore in '59.
59. Okay.
And I went to graduate school in sociology because I thought there was truth there I wanted, and Swarthmore did not have sociology. And I got done with that. But my second year in graduate school at Harvard, I took a computer course. Now, I did not see a computer for 4 years after that. I didn't need to. As soon as I found out Well, I thought I was going to be a filmmaker, and I'd made one film in college. And as soon as I saw you could put screens on, interactive screens on computers, I said, holy shit, that's it. The interactive screen will be the new home of the human race, and that was 1960. And nobody could understand a word I said. I tried to tell people all this. And the notion of interacting with a computer was very hard to explain.
Do you remember what specific model or make or whatever was the first one you remember seeing? There weren't a lot of things with screens. And
As I say, I didn't see a computer for 4 years. I haunted a family place out in Hackettstown, near Hackettstown, and on the way from New York, I would stop at, oh heck, I can't remember the name of the town now, but it's where Digital Equipment had their New York headquarters. Rather than spend the money on a New York office, if you really wanted to know about Digital Equipment, you had to go to Parsippany, that was it. So David Deniston at Parsippany gave me a great deal of tutoring. And you see, at that time, there was IBM, there was Univac, and the so-called Seven Dwarves. My first salaried job, well, no, I'll skip over. I got a very nice job at Harcourt Brace and World Publishers, assistant to the president, and I was going to try to persuade him to put in a graphical computer system. In fact, I had advance notice from Dave Deniston at DEC that they would be having a PDP-8-based graphical system for only whatever, and he budgeted it, but I didn't understand two fundamental facts. One is, in a big corporation, who is your enemy? Is it the competition of that corporation? No, it's the other department. And IBM, and Harcourt was an IBM shop. End of story. There was no way in hell that a computer from DEC was going to go into that building. It took a couple of years to play out, but that's how it worked. So there I was, not knowing what to do next. And I don't know what I did next. I went out to see Doug Engelbart. Oh, I should say that by this time I'd published a number of papers. In '65, I submitted 5 papers to conferences, and they were all accepted. And I gave a talk at the 20th ACM National Conference in Cleveland. And I believe that most of the computer scientists in the world were in the room at that time. It was possible. Is that my drink, or?
we could probably get a proper one for you.
I thought I had one.
Somebody else had one.
Anyway, so there was vast applause for my talk, and the last slide said change, change, change. We had to have changeable data structures and change it to match the remarkable aspects of the human mind, which goes in all directions. Well, computers didn't go in all directions. Already the notion of hierarchical files was pretty thorough, pretty thoroughly ensconced, and so that became my fight. But because I was so concerned with the coming screens we were going to have, even though I didn't see a computer screen until '67, but I was designing for them. I think I went up to anyway, one of the corporations that, thank you so much. One of the corporations that thank you, did word laws. I know what I'm thinking. One of the companies that was doing command and control systems, and I went to. Okay, I've forgotten the name of it, and that was the first time I actually saw a computer screen and held a light pen. I thought it would be light pens at that time, and or actually light guns where you'd have it'd be easy to hold.
Trigger, yeah.
Rather than a light pen where you had to diddle it. And forget the name of the guy, but I wept because it was exactly the way I knew it would be. Although I only cried on the side he couldn't see. So anyway, I was trying, by this time, 1966, I actually had a chance to visit Doug Engelbart's shop. This is 2 years before his great, I presume, is there anyone here who doesn't know about the great demo of Douglas Engelbart? Good.
So where was he physically at the time?
He was at a company called Stanford Research Institute, which had no connection with Stanford University.
Mm-hmm.
And he was getting a lot of money from ARPA, and in particular from the guy who later at Park, I can't think of his name right now, said, I don't know what I want, but I'll know it when I see it. Pardon? No. He knew what he wanted before he saw it. Anyway, this is very annoying. So, it was he who, after my talk at ACM, he asked me if I'd heard of Douglas Engelbart, and I said I hadn't, but I made a note, and I actually had a California trip where I got to see it. So this was 2 years before Doug's great demo, and he showed me all the stuff he was doing, and kind of hinted at that I could work for him, but I could see that I wanted to do it differently. And for all of you, just to review, Douglas Engelbart was an amazing man, came from the state below Mount Washington.
Oregon.
Oregon. He milked the cow in the morning. They had a cow. And he got his PhD in electrical engineering, and he invented a number of things. He was very brilliant. And then he was in the Navy, and they started out under the Golden Gate Bridge, and the news came that the war was over. They say, hey, turn the ship around. Nope. So he went to the Philippines for a couple of years, and that was where he read the canonical article by Vannevar Bush. Most people pronounce it Vannevar, but it was Vannevar Bush, As We May Think, which ran first in the Atlantic Monthly and then again in Life magazine. So in As We May Think, Bush imagined that you could have all the writings of the human race on microfilm in a desk. Woo-woo! That was many orders of magnitude ago. And the user would have a little camera mounted on his forehead. And when he saw something that was relevant, he would take a picture of it and connect it to something else. And he called these trails. And this has been noted as one of the origins of hypertext. Of course, it turns out also that it was transclusion, but I wanted to get into that. So I phoned Bush when I was in Boston for a spring computer conference. And I told him I was working on his ideas, and he said he really wanted to talk to me, but he sounded like a phys ed instructor, and I didn't like him. And so I never called him back.
Mid-60s again?
Yes. That'd probably be 66.
Okay.
So anyway, I was designing for how screens should look. And nobody else was that I could think of, except the guy at the first place I saw the computer, the R&D for command and control, MITRE Corporation. And they were designing it, but theirs were for command and control of nuclear weapons and submarines and stuff we don't want to talk about. And that wasn't, I wanted something for the humanists, because as far as I was concerned, we wanted to get away from the hierarchical and rigid structures imposed not by the computer, but by the conventions of the computer. So how do we get away from?
Well, in that case, how much of it was dictated by the conventions of the computer versus the conventions of the group that was developing the stuff? I can imagine, you develop software in the military, and surprise, surprise, they have the structure of the organization somehow is reflected in the software and the design and so forth.
Right, but all computers had hierarchical directories, as far as I know. Oh, well, I guess you can absolve the Lisp machine. I could never understand Lisp. and
it just had a mess.
Mm-hmm. It had pointers at pointers at pointers at things, and I couldn't figure out where the program was. And
it was in the pointers.
Yeah. No, it was pointed at by the pointers.
Right. Mm-hmm. It was pointers all the way down.
Yes. And no one knows the origin of that phrase. It is always attributed to the leading intellectual of the day. So it's been Turtles all the way down has been attributed to Einstein.
I assume it was misquotes all the way down as well.
Probably. So I think it may first have appeared in 19th century psychologist, what's his name? All right. Anyway, boy, am I missing on my words. So.
Right. So hierarchical file systems at a command and control.
Yeah. So, but it was obvious that personal computers were going to come. Now, nobody could. Everyone I told this to thought I was delirious, and it wasn't until the Altair ad, what was it? November 1974, Popular Electronics, I think, or December.
It's around there, yeah.
Announcing the Altair computer. Mm-hmm. At last, a computer you can build yourself for only $400. And what had not been anticipated, except I think by me, was the avalanche of excitement it caused. Ed Roberts, who founded the company, figured that he could save his company if he got 500 orders for this thing. And 500 orders came in the first day. This is rather like the Apple I, which my book inspired, and Jobs said to Woz, well, maybe we could sell 50 of them. And they went down to Paul Terrell's bite shop on El Camino, and Paul said, sure, I'll take 50. And they founded Apple. Mm-hmm. So By the way, because I'm slightly sodden, I'll give you a secret. I just had a pill that you can't get anymore. Pemoline. It's been barred. Everybody's favorite stooge, Ralph Nader, organized a campaign to bar Pemoline, and so the amphetamine interests got rid of it. But since my brain is slightly foggier than I wanted, I put one of my last precious Pemelines. Maybe it'll be better.
Yeah, I'm still young enough where Dr. Pepper works for me.
Vanilla Coke, yeah. So
with something like the Altair, there were computers that were vastly more powerful and easy to use and so forth at the time, but not at the price.
Well, but the Altair was just a row of blinking lights. They didn't.
Well, they had switches too.
Yeah, but the point is that to make a functioning computer would take much more than whatever it was, $800, $400. But people did it. People did it.
Yeah.
I actually started advertised for friends for partners to start a computer store in Evanston, Illinois. Where I happened to be in Chicago, and we founded the Itty Bitty Machine Company, which had long been a parody name for IBM. And it was quite successful for a little while. But
what year was that?
I think it will have been 75.
Ah, okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah, 74 was, I think, the
okay. Oh, that's too bad. I was in Evanston until 73.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this was in Evanston. And it was amazing how people would buy these things with no real use for them. And so people would step into the breach with a BASIC. There was a BASIC for, I won't try to sort the basics out. I did go to the first World Altair Computer Conference, and in my notes it said, this guy Roberts looks like an asshole, but the kid from Harvard seems bright. And so anyway, just my last, I'll throw it in here. The last time I ran into Bill Gates, the last thing, he said, I had just given a talk, and he was about to give his talk, and he said, "Oh, I get it. Xanadu is a server." And, sorry. Anyway. So that I've started so many threads here.
So it's Itty Bitty Machine Company.
Yeah, well, that ran its course, as so many of these things did. We sold the processor technology came on and made a better version of the Altair.
Oh yeah.
And you could buy memory boards, and I did a very nice catalog for them, which showed the current offerings, and on the other side was a painting I'd done of Computers Arise, and it showed this enchained computer rising as the chains are broken. Oh, you can, by the way, a fellow named James Risberg is selling Nilswag at nilswag.com, so that you can still get Computer Lib, now $100, and this painting and so on for that.
So what did the change symbolize? Was it price, performance, memory, software? Okay.
Well, we always thought the software would be the easy part. Now, I'm very proud of what I did in 71. It was possible to get an absurd machine with mass memory for $10,000. It was a Okay, I've forgotten the name of the
So not DEC, not Data General,
Data
not
General, thank you.
Data General.
Very
Okay.
good. It was Data General, you had to toggle in the bootstrap in order to load the loader, which would then load the program. But this was then available for $10,000 with a cassette drive. And I jumped on it, and I said, okay, I'm going to make a word processor. And I had a wonderful collaborator named Cal Daniels, who worked for the company that was selling this deal, so he knew it intimately. And in the course of designing it, okay, here were the idiotic specs. I said, I want you to be able to edit War and Peace on this cassette drive. And
Are we talking audio cassette or something a little bit more mature?
we're talking about a Philips cassette drive that was illegally adapted with, I think, some kind of a cut in it for use as a mass.
Okay.
But I invented in the course of this an excellent input program, which I call JOT, or Juggler of Text. And you can enact it now on the Internet Archive. And a data structure which would manage all this stuff. You see, the attitude of word processor gurus in the early days was, we'll just bring the text. You know, the text is such a simple matter. We'll just bring the text into memory and fiddle it with it there and put it out again. No. So the point was that all new text would be appended to the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked out a data structure called an enfilade, from the French enfilade, meaning in a file, and it's a pun because it means also shooting at a row of soldiers straight down the row, which means that you get extra bang for the buck. And so the enfilade was data structure that would manage all the pieces of the document without having to move them on disk, on the tape. And as you rearranged and inserted and deleted and added, inserted and deleted. And so the amazing thing, well, in my autobiography, Possiplex, I have the quotes from two guys who reprogrammed JOT. And I had said, it's going to feel creamy smooth, because all you do, you see, is space means step. And if you're in word mode, you step with word. If you're in sentence mode, you step a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in paragraph mode, you step a paragraph. Now, and you had arrow keys. This was on a 33 ASR, by the way. So with your arrow, you can go back to the previous, to the greater. You can go from paragraph mode from sentence mode up to paragraph mode. And both Mark Miller and Jonathan Post reprogrammed this and were astounded that it felt just as good as I said it was, as it would. So I contend that I have one ability, which is to know how my interfaces will feel beforehand, which is generally said you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where were we? So anyway, I had a backer, and he put in the first $5,000, but then not the second $5,000, so we couldn't buy the thing, so the whole project collapsed. But after it was designed and programmed. So as far as I know that program would have worked, it's in Algol. Because Algol would fit on the Data General.
That's actually pretty impressive for 71 for $10,000 to be able to code an algol. And do you remember how much memory the machine would have had?
8K?
Yeah, okay.
Something like
Yeah, yeah. War and Peace is a little bit bigger, though.
I know. So the guy who was backing Douglas Engelbart, Bob Taylor. All right, so it was Bob Taylor who at Xerox PARC says, I don't know what I want, but I'll know it when I see it. And they gave us the so-called modern GUI, which I insist on calling the PUI, or PARC User Interface. Because what did it do? Took away the right to program, and it reduced all text to a single column. All text systems that are out there now are single column. Go to books printed as late as the middle of the 20th century. You will see layouts of parallel columns from the earliest, from before Christ. They had parallel columns which were part of the document. It was a legitimate document to have parallel linked texts, which have now been forbidden by those holy guys. So the thing is that what's his name got so much money and praise for creating Microsoft Word, and
Simonet.
yeah, and similarly for the guy who got so much money and praise for creating PDF, that nobody notices what they've taken away. They've taken away half of civilization. So we are looking at a world of single column text and no way to fix it. I mean, I've tried everything. I've made speeches, I've put up videos and so forth, so on. I've come up with data structures involving, well,
So to be clear, you're referring not to multi-column text like you'd find in newspapers, but multi-column text like you'd find in very old books where you've got the main text and then comments and further information and so forth off to the side. Is that what you mean?
Not that old either.
Okay, yeah.
So that the option of having documents, articles, books with side-by-side text has been denied us, and they don't know they've done it. That to me is the worst part of it. And now, my Xanadu project, it got that name while I was at Harcourt, not knowing that the Harcourt project was doomed because they wouldn't take you couldn't bring a DEC computer into an IBM shop. But I started calling it Xanadu from that date. And it was a bunch of disconnected objectives, among them parallel text, until the summer of 1979, when I got together my dream team, Roger Gregory, Mark Miller, Stuart King, Eric Hill, Roland King, Stuart Green, Eric Hill, and Roland King. And we spent the summer of '79 designing it. Now this was before there was a unifying address space for the internet. So we created our own. And a data structure based on multiple enfilades, the cleverest being the PUM-filade, or permuted order of matrices. So you had the rearrangements were handled by permutation matrices, a permutation matrix enfilade. All this starting with my original enfilade, which unfortunately no one has mathematically defined well enough. I can't. And so that was in '79, and it was denominated XU88 with the expectation that it would take 9 years to program. A very, very good estimate that Roger made. So Roger continued working on it. All the others drifted off. In fact, I edited Creative Computing magazine for a while, and then I went to Data Point in Texas as their new chief interaction designer, and that was great until Data Point went under. Not because of me, because it never got out the door.
Had they done terminals and it switched into something else, or?
What they had done was created a computer that was called an input device, because they recognized in fact, the founder, who was killed in an automobile accident, wanted it to be a computer. And so they made one, and they denominated an input device with with a cassette tape, I think it was. And that came out in 1970. And only one person treated it as a computer, and that was Klaus Landberg in Denmark. And so he came over as vice president to create an operating system for it. He created one operating system and then another. And that was, it was really great, but unfortunately they were doing the wrong thing. They were crediting salesmen with a sale when the salesman had just made a placement on
a sheet or something, a scoreboard?
Yeah, a scoreboard. What was it called when they sent you a bunch of stamps? On approval, yes. So they sent you, they put these out on approval, and so the company was logging completely false sales. And that
okay, so a normal Silicon Valley company, it sounds like, although they weren't there.
Not normal in the sense that it went under.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the Intel architecture, starting with the 8008, was designed by Harry Pyle and Vic Poor. Harry Pyle was a high school student. Vic Poor was an engineer, and they connected over CB radio and got together and designed this architecture, this instruction set. And then they made a deal with Intel, and Intel would make a chip, and then Intel came up with something, and they said, oh, we don't want that. And broke the contract with Intel, whereupon Intel brought out the real chip they'd been hiding. Right. And anyway, so that was, so Harry and Vic designed the current architecture. Of course, the real architecture, if any of you, everybody ought to know this. In England, a guy named C.A.R. Hoare, H-O-A-R-E, created the Occam language, which was designed to be
So it's parallel, it's communication based.
not just that, but also proof against hacking. And that went through several iterations and was rescued a couple of times by the English government, but it didn't make it. And it's very, if it had, we might have had a very different computer world today. Okay, so I was wandering around. Oh yeah, so Bob Taylor at Xerox PARC said, "This is what I want." And now we're all stuck with a simulation of paper. They labored and they created a paper simulator, which to me is like tearing the wings off a 747 and driving it on a highway as a bus.
I think they did that in a movie, I remember. I don't think it was a 747, but it was another aircraft.
So, I know what I would do if I had the time and the energy and the optimism. I would still try to create a form of literature based upon pages which could be connected, and you can see those if you go to I've got one video called Xanadu Basics 1A. You can get to that from anywhere. You don't need to look it up. You can just get to that from.
You just find that on Google, I assume.
Google.
Yep.
And so Xanadu Basics 1A gives you a rousing talk on what we don't have and what we should. Xanadu Basics 2 shows all the prototypes that my teams and I have created. And they are, some of them, quite beautiful. But where to go when the whole world is going the wrong way, I don't know.
Well, but we've got bits of your vision now. No. As you point out, so many of them are broken.
Well, bits, yeah. No, I mean, 50 years from now, someone will say, "Oh, Nelson was right. What do you know?" Yeah. Or they're reinventing things, but
that's part of the job.
Yes.
So
I'm soggier this morning than I intended to be.
So one thing that
I'm not a morning person, and I had to get up for a 10 o'clock car.
So something that occurred to me when reading through your things, so you've got these visions of what things might be able to do, and the problem is that we have technology at the moment and what technology the future might be and so forth. I see a lot of things like hierarchical file systems and so forth, some sort of strange compromise between nirvana and what the technology is able to produce. Do you still see a lot of that?
There's no compromising with it. It's an iron boot. It's an iron boot. Yeah, on the neck of the human race. We cannot write. Now, for example, this you'll like. 50 years ago, the great author Vladimir Nabokov created a hypertext novel. It was called Pale Fire. And it consisted of a beautiful poem by the fictitious poet John Shade, and truly a beautiful poem about the suicide of his daughter, about 900 lines, I think, with footnotes by a jackass named Charles Kinbote. And so here's Nabokov playing a prank, as usual, writing something really beautiful, and then messing it up with these footnotes. So I wrote to the publishers of Pale Fire 50 years ago, 50 years ago. saying, could we use this to demonstrate the system that I'd done at Brown with Van Dam. It was the first system where you could click on a highlighted piece of text and jump to something else. So I realized I did invent hypertext. I didn't realize it. I thought I'd just given it a name. But that was the first. He had another. He did another kind of link, and not to be outdone. But the links that highlighted a piece of text, which then clicked, jumped you to somewhere else, that was in the HES system at Brown University. And to demonstrate this, I was being gung-ho. There was talk of demonstrating it at the IBM Pavilion at the Spring Joint Computer Conference. So I wrote to the publisher of Pale Fire and got permission to use Nabokov's book. Well, 50 years later, that demo now exists. And it's at xanadu.com/demo, and I strongly advise that you look at it. It is parallel pages, visibly connected, with very nice links between them that come and go depending on what you do with your mouse. So I sent to the current publishers of Pale Fire announcing this triumph. It's now owned by Penguin and got nothing in response. I'm sure they didn't know what to make of it. I'm sure they didn't look at it.
I'm sure the people you communicated with originally are long gone.
Very likely, as is Nabokov.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, is my best demo of parallel pages visibly connected. And but there have been many demos and many data structures proposed.
So a question I have, I find this, even when I'm reading print that has footnotes and things like that, how am I to consume it? What order would you recommend for these things? Obviously, I have many choices, but one of the things I find really annoying reading a paper with footnotes is I feel compelled to read the footnotes. Oh, there might be something important there, and then I read the footnotes. No, there isn't something important there, but maybe the next one.
Well, when confronted with a choice, two roads converge in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So, you see two things side by side that are intrinsically one literary object. Do with it what you will.
So we got to have,
What is it?
reader's choice, you said.
Yep.
So you think we should have number of times this has been followed versus number of times this is followed to find out which is the path least traveled?
I'm not into social media or determining the numbers of things that happen.
Well, you just told us to take the path less traveled, right? So we need to know
No,
travel numbers.
No, I gave that as an instance.
Ah,
I
okay.
didn't tell you to do it. So it made the difference.
This I believe.
I just heard that Frost had been writing on some great piece, and then instead he just wrote that. So the creative process remains as mysterious as ever.
I can believe this.
Howard Rheingold used to say, I get my best ideas from misunderstanding Ted. He never expressed any to me, so I don't know.
So can you think of any modern system, software, hardware, or whatever that's actually mildly impressed you or done anything but engender complete disgust?
Well, not so much disgust. Depression.
I mean, we do have, some noticeable fraction of the world's knowledge, at our fingertips here, and we've discovered over the last few years it doesn't seem to help much. But it's easier to look up manuals for data general computers from 1971 than it ever was.
Yeah. And asking ill-formed questions of Google is always a temptation. I do it 10 times a day.
Right. How to convert to Catholicism, how to convert to PDF.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
No. Which of those requires the most faith?
I would argue there are more versions of Catholicism than PDF, but it's a close race.
Well, Simone, first he created his language for the... You see, Park always thought they were building a paper simulator. WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, which parsed correctly means what you see on the screen is what you get when you print it out.
Yeah.
So we have, in this union, we have created the computer as a paper simulator.
It's framed our thinking.
Pardon?
It's framed our thinking.
Yes, it has. Yeah, Bob Taylor said to me, well, paper has wide acceptance. But
It's been around for a while.
yeah, but the point is that
Yeah, no, I agree with you on this one. I think it's, but I think it's a misnomer. I think it's whizzy neck. What you see is not even close. Even when you print it out. Well, I can think of one case where it actually was WYSIWYG, and that was the first Macintosh, and that's because they had really low resolution dot matrix printers, so the crappy stuff you saw on the screen would be the same crap you'd see on the printout. And we've moved beyond that, but
they had something on the first Macintosh I really liked, and you can't get it anymore. You could fold, I think it's Mac Draw, where you could put all kinds of text into Mac Draw and fold it. So it had sections. It was kind of like an outliner. I used it a lot, and of course it doesn't work anymore.
yeah. Oh, and I was going to point out as well with the first Macintosh, the floppies, it was actually a flat file system. So they did have folders, but it was really interesting. When you said open a file, it actually gave you all the stuff on the floppy. But because there was only 400 kilobytes on the floppy, this was not a big problem.
I didn't follow that at all.
So you were complaining about hierarchical file systems. The first Mac did not have a hierarchical file system. It was flat. They had folders where you could go looking, and they would show you only some of the files. But if you said open a file, it would show you all the junk on the disk, including the stuff that wasn't in folders. Didn't last too long.
Folders were for decoration.
Yeah, folders were annotations. They would say, oh, just look at these files, not this other stuff.
But now a folder is a hierarchical directory.
Yeah.
When Bob Taylor, when he first spoke to me at the 1965 ACM conference, asked if I'd heard of Douglas Engelbart, and at that time he was supporting Engelbart to the hilt. And then at some point he pulled out the rug And Doug was left to wander alone, unsupported for 40 years. Now, I guess that was because
This was Defense Department money, right?
yes, but it was very much the discretionary money of Bob Taylor.
Yeah.
And in fact, can't think of his name right now. Oh, by the way, one of my other pet peeves, and this is a small one, cut and paste. When I was a boy and learned to write, cut and paste meant, okay, writing is mostly rewriting. I go through many versions. And cut and paste meant you would cut it up and rearrange it on the bed, on the floor. My grandmother went to a lecture by one of Tolstoy's daughters, and the way Tolstoy did, he would dictate a new version to two daughters who would write it out identically. One was kept for reference, and the other was cut up and left all over the dacha, Yasnaya Polyana, and he would go into the woods and call back, "Don't touch my noodles." So I call them noodles in honor of Tolstoy. And my good friend, of course I forgot his name at this moment, who just died, he changed the words cut and paste to mean hide and plug. So we no longer have a tool that allows you to do complex rearrangement. There is one word processor, I forget the name of it, which has such a feature, but it's a rarity. And I could never in my, we must have exchanged hundreds of emails about it, where he said, well, that's just for specialty operations. No, it wasn't. My first salary job was at my hometown newspaper, the New York Times, and I was a copy boy. And my first task in the morning was to fill the paste pots. And the paste pot was about this big in diameter and had a tube down. It was annular. And the cap had a brush sticking down that would go down the tube. So in the morning, I would pick up 5 or 6 of these paste pots from the different desks. They were arranged in a sort of a symphonic set of curved desks. I forget, city desk, foreign desk, I don't remember. In any case, I would scrape out the old dried paste, shake it out, and go to a luminous vat, a golden aluminum vat of luminous, fresh goo, fresh paste, which I would put inside the annular frame of the paste pots, and then I would put them on the city desk and the foreign desk, and that would be my job. Then I would hang around until somebody said, and the writer would come in, type an article. He would then cut it. He would then paste it. And he would write a few more things until it was satisfactory. He would say copy, and I'd run over and put it in the pneumatic tube and send it up to typesetting. But it wasn't just for long articles. It was for short articles. Cut and paste was and remains for me a universal tool of writing. But we have lost that. That has been taken away from us, and moreover, by this linguistic trick, made to seem as though we haven't lost anything. So I still, on the long piece, I will print it out, cut it up, rearrange it. I use staples, and I use staple has an anvil. And the anvil has 2 settings. One, pushes the staples in and the other that pushes them out. So the outsy staples are easy to remove. So I use outsy stapling for my true cut and paste. But that is, but it
What are the atomic units you use for the noodles?
atomic units,
Are they words? Are they sentences? I'm
Yes.
sure they can be all of the above.
yeah,
Okay.
chunks.
Okay. Do you often find yourself cutting big noodles into smaller noodles and moving those around?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll have a hyper noodle that's got several layers.
Okay.
I haven't done this lately because I'm only writing emails mostly. But yeah, the current state of the world, of the computer world, appalls me because everyone thinks text is one column, and everyone and my friend Frode Hagelin he holds seminars on the future of text, the future of this one column. I don't get it, and and we don't have decent writing tools, and we don't have ways of supporting multi-sectioned text. Now, I just found a site I don't remember the name of it, but it is for it is the authority site for all the different Greek versions of the Iliad, I believe. Now, the Iliad, I have to digress. A man named Milman Parry in the early 20th century changed the notion of Iliad studies because he said there wasn't a Homer. These were recitations, and the wine-dark sea was you'd put at the end of a sentence for the rhythm, or or the beautiful sea at the beginning of a sentence for the rhythm. But these were forms of recitation used throughout the world to preserve the way we think prior to writing, to preserve tradition. His name was Milman Parry, M-I-L-M-A-N Parry. Apparently he committed suicide at the age of 23 when he didn't get tenure at Harvard, but this was after he had just gone to the Balkans and recorded similar rhetorical, rhythmic recitations of similar stuff from those other cultures. So in other words, probably the fundamental pre-literate form of preserving knowledge was chanting, rhythmic chanting. And Parry had recorded it, or Parry spotted it for Homer, and there never was a Homer. But rather those were the chants, and then he did it in the Balkans. So this absolutely fascinated me. I forget where. So that's what we had before writing. Now we have writing, and for many years we had books which could be laid out any which way you like, and now they can't be laid out any which way anymore, unless you do it with glue. There are no decent tools. How long can I talk, or should we stop? I once.
Let's see. So I think we officially have time until 2. Jeff, are you out there? Okay. So, yeah, maybe this would be a good time to,
Oh, fine.
to
They
stop.
they used to ask me, how long do you want to talk? And I said, wait a minute. Oh, people would say to me, you can talk as long as you like. And I'd say, really? And they would say, within reason. And I would say, which is it? So, but I don't have the 8 hour in me.
This is the beauty of the English language. You can say things without actually saying things. Within reason.
I'm not sure that that's unique to English. not being...
Okay, it's perhaps unique to spoken language. Okay, yes, do we have some questions? That'd be great.
So Ted, I want to first thank you for communicating your ideas very thoroughly, that we can dig deep into them and take them forward and teach them to people. My question is it possible to prioritize your innovations in terms of what we should work on first or bring forward, or you need them all at once?
I have no idea, because I don't know what to do. Again, please go to xanadu.com/demo and play with that.
Yeah, I do have an exhibit with your demos running, so if anybody wants to come and see it. Yep. Thank you.
Excellent.
So you talked about how the change of the term cut and paste has made it, you don't like that for your composition process. I find when I'm writing, I tend to be writing in one window and then moving chunks into a separate, like flat text editor to get things the way I want, and then move it back into the main window. I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around how that mechanism doesn't fit your workflow.
You haven't described it in a way I quite get. My workflow is to, first of all, try to get everything down that I want to say. And that means never mind the order. Now, how do we deal with the order? Well, if you're doing something itty-bitty that fits on one page, maybe you can do that without cutting a page and just rearranging. But if it's like 7 or 8 pages, I print it out and cut it, paste it. Means that there are 2 sheets, the backing sheets that I pasted to, or and the little pieces that hang off it, and then I rearrange them accordingly, and writing into it. And that is the process as it had been used for thousands of years. No, probably Shakespeare didn't do it. But I'm sure that many of our many classicists and people from the Enlightenment did it. But they don't say those. But I do have the Tolstoy through my grandmother's anecdote.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to know, like in the process of identifying hypermedia in particular, were there any specific works that you are able to remember that kind of led you to viewing content as being more interlinking in general? Like any, like literature, or was there anything sort of like that?
No. It was more that when I saw the computer, I said, holy smoke, now it doesn't have to be all in one sequence anymore.
Right. Right.
But that was my urge from the beginning. Now, if you look at the magazines, the zines I published as an undergraduate, they are quite hyper.
Thank you.
Sir, two things. The first, I would generally agree with you that with Homer, it's more of recitation and oration. Seamus Heaney had taken upon himself to go back to Beowulf and translate it more into the camber of modern English speech, which makes it A, more accessible, but B, with his poetic background, he was able to flow the story so that you heard the tone, saw the tone of the story, which was also communicated, again, in the oral tradition, through oration, through presentation, through pregnant pauses, and so on and so forth. So that's another example. If somebody wants to take a look, you can, Seamus Heaney put out a side-by-side with his translation on one side and the original Beowulf, or as close to original as you could get, on the other. And you could follow along and you can compare and contrast and understand how do we go from this manner of speaking to this manner of speaking, and how do you convey those ideas to a modern audience with modern oration.
So you're right. Side-by-side translation. I didn't even think of that. And what you're describing is obviously a noble enterprise where he's trying to preserve the qualities of the original in a way that we can appreciate.
And the second, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the points you're talking about, single column, goes to a tunnel vision of text.
Thank you.
Straight down one set of ideas. I think the way I best understand it is when you copy and paste, when you cut all of your pieces, you put subject F down, then subject Z, then subject Q, then subject R, then subject A, then subject D. And when you're able to cut and paste them and put them out and lay them out, you're now able to see the possibly not obvious interconnections between your first set of ideas, your second, your third, and then with that removed perspective, seeing it all laid bare, you're now better able to understand the subject and the flow as you want to finally present it to the user. Whereas with the single column, you start at A and end at Z. And there's less of a way to see all of the myriad pieces that connect in through a subject.
I would like to hire you as my explainer. Excellent.
Thank you again very much, sir.
Hi. Me and my dad, and also my mom, have been watching your YouTube videos, and he's a computer scientist. He's the computer guy who understands everything that's, being exhibited here, but I'm in sort of your position, and through hearing you talk about your career, I'm kind of put in that generalist, I don't know a thing about coding, but I know a little bit about it, and I'm able to slightly understand it, and we've been discussing your ideas, and they're understanding how Xanadu goes together has been a very difficult but rewarding process. And we were workshopping this question last night, and I think the only way I can get it out is there any...
I don't know the verb to workshop.
Oh, really? Oh, it's just to kind of brainstorm basically what you're talking about, the story about cutting and pasting and your paste pots and laying them all out like you were talking about. Is there any advice, looking back on your career and all the times you've explained Xanadu and tried to communicate the parts and the paradigms within it? Is there any advice you might give yourself or someone looking to start a project or communicate a similar large idea, or any sort of paradigm shifting or possibly world changing information program project that you have learned how to more effectively communicate it or kind of get your idea out there? Is there any advice you might give your younger self or someone in their position?
Well, I could caution myself against particular mistakes that I made, but that's
broad.
right. I mean, you're saying, what about the next generation? If you are that next generation with new ideas, good luck, and don't expect it to be easy, because it's easy if you go along with the way things are. Also, reading a few pieces in the New Yorker recently about horrible work environments where you had to agree with the boss. You don't want to be in that situation, and how to avoid it is not to be in a work environment. You have to be on your own, and that's very difficult. But that was always my choice, until magically Autodesk bought the Xanadu project in 1988. And if I hadn't screwed up, we would have delivered in 88. Pardon me, Autodesk bought us in 1986 or so. And if I hadn't screwed up, we would have delivered in 88. So the important thing is don't screw up.
I'll try not to.
Hi. Do you have like a demo or recommend some kind of demonstration that demonstrates the sort of development, the writing development environment that you would like ideally, even if it isn't computer-based, even if it's a visual demo that you could refer to? It's kind of what you would wish for.
If you go to the Internet Archive, I have a number of cut and paste examples there. One is extremely I used to have pages cut for me at the paper company that were 11 inches wide and I think 30 inches long, which I was using for my cut and paste. And I also had cardboard, which was stapled at the edges, but it had grooves that you could put these chunks into in any order. And all that got caught when the sewers rose in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And you can see those in the Internet Archive. I've never bothered to try to type them up. It's readable, but I've written so many books. I've published 9 books, but the number of book-length things I've written is uncounted. Probably another dozen at least.
And a kind of related, do you think that computers can be ideally as good a tool as paper? I mean, for what you could do with cutting and pasting and development.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
That would be if I had a team and the energy.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking that.
I'm just snooping across the aisle here, and this gentleman is looking at, I believe, your book.
I'm trying to remember the name of the one word processor that has Scrivener. Scrivener has a way that you can put pieces around in an area. So there is one cut and paste. I looked at it and I didn't. It looked too busy. It looked too complicated to get into for me.
I'm looking across the aisle here at Posiplex, and I can't read it because my eyesight isn't that good. But I see different fonts, but I only see one column.
Yeah.
Why?
because that's the only way you can make it. I did it in Microsoft Word.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
and I use different fonts for and different headlines for the different threads of the story.
Emulated what you wanted using the tools available.
Well, no, I didn't emulate it. I did it.
Good.
I did what I could given that. Yes. So I'm very pleased with the way the story tells itself by heading and by font rather than in an ordinary text. You have to pick up and say, now as we were saying back there, this gives you extra clues.
Hi, Ted. So your 1986 rewrite of Jot is on the Internet Archive.
Yeah.
I was able to reverse engineer the 4th source code from it, and I'd like to present you with the first page of 100 pages of source code.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You disassembled Jot. Did you try to use it? Did you find it easy to use?
Yeah, I like using it for navigation to sentences and paragraphs and the automatic capitalization of the first word of a sentence.
That took quite a flow chart. You bet your ass.
Yeah, I saw it.
I had to invent a notation, which I called lollipop notation, which turned out to be not just a state machine, but a mealy machine, M-E-A-L-Y. Here's what it was. You draw a lollipop, and in the middle of the circle, you put the letter that is just received. Now, on the left side of the lollipop, you put the condition and what to do. So depending on this, you can make a list of the circumstances in which to do different things. Now, it turned out that the only real problem was the space bar, because the space bar meant step, it meant add a space, it meant a couple of other things, and so it had an extremely intricate thing. And I worked it out completely using the
Mealy notation?
yeah, using the lollipop notation. And I found the term mealy machine much later. So a mealy machine is one which has antecedents for, under given circumstances, have different antecedents and different things to do.
And are you familiar with Jeff Raskin's Swift system, which became the Canon Cat?
I was familiar with the Canon Cat, and I liked it.
He had the leap keys, so you could leap by typing like a few letters of a word, and it would find it on the page and jump right there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, so it's possible to take some of these ideas forward, and I mean, a lot of people are thinking about it, but you need the commitment, and it would take like 15 projects working together to design like a Xanadu space.
I often ask myself, which conference? The first conference where they were showing the Apple I.
Yeah.
I kept hearing, those guys from Apple want you to come down and see it. I said, does it have lowercase? They said, no.
No.
I said, I didn't bother me. And I often wondered whether I would have been the Raskin or whether Jobs would have cut my throat right away the way they did.
Yeah. Well, we have Jot running on an Apple IIc in the exhibit area.
How about that?
Well, thank you.
Jot running on an Apple IIc.
Yeah, that's the small, compact, the precursor to laptops.
And it does have lowercase.
I don't remember the Apple IIc, but...
Anybody else?
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. 4th to do it.
Okay, sounds good. You guys continue talking, I'm not set up, yes.
You guys took the music away though.
I'm sorry. Interrupted it.
God, you're all set?
No, but I'm working on it.
All right, so you got, but you have your laptop, your files and everything. All right, is there anything I can help you with before I go? I have to go to the front desk.
Okay, I think I'm set.
All right. The AV.
How many of you are from New Jersey here? Okay, so some fly outside. I think this is my first time visiting New Jersey. I've been to NYC a number of times, especially when I was doing stuff with Marvel. I love the city. I always saw Jersey over the river, but never came over here.
Hey, Scott, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah,
You're up.
I'm not starting yet, so if you want to,
yeah.
just saying hello.
Yep. You want to...
Sound check. We got a green light. Testing. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. I'm going to slide this over so I can hit the space bar.
I'll take this one.
Okay. Thank you. By the way, Jeff has done an amazing job as a host here. I think he deserves a round of applause. This event has been incredible. I think everybody agrees.
So say we all.
So it shall be written, so it shall be done. Though I appreciate the Battlestar Galactica comment. The coming in from the Newark International, I have to say this is the first time I've ever been on a main street that was 20 miles long. That was, that was absolutely incredible. Okay, we're officially at 3 o'clock, so I think I can start. If you're here for the Scott Adams talk, you're in the right place. If not, now's the time to silently walk out. I see familiar faces out here, and I see a lot of unfamiliar ones. I'm a friendly fellow, and anybody wants to reach out and friend me on Facebook or start up a chat on email or whatever, I'm certainly open to it. I have met a lot of fans of my games over the course of the last 30 years, and almost invariably all of them have become friends. So I look forward to making new friends. Which brings us to our first slide. Well, maybe it doesn't. Everything works until it stops. Okay. And let's see what we got to do here. No mouse. And let's try this again. And the whole system is lost at the moment. Okay, that looked like it turned. Okay. I'm going to be sharing what my life journey has been, what's occurred to me while speaking with you today. It is a lot of stories from the past and some from the present. And many of them are going to involve God, because he has been instrumental in my life. If that offends you, I am not offended if you leave. It's okay. The parts on God are going to be more towards the latter end than the former end, but his guiding and inspiration has been there throughout my life, whether I recognized it or not. The inheritance, the gift. I truly believe that we're all born with gifts that God has given us. We may not notice them, but they're there. They're usually part of our passions, the things that excite us, the things that make us happy. And I'm going to take you on a journey of me discovering my gift, what I did with it, how I abused it, and how I later understood it better. So this is the title of the talk, as I said before, is that was then, this is now. So I'm going to try to take you on a brief journey through my life, why I did what I did, and the interesting things that happened along the way. Okay, grade school. Okay, we all went to grade school. For me, this was back in the late 50s, early 60s, and I remember taking a field trip to University of Miami, I believe, from Miami, where I was growing up, probably second or third grade, and we got to go to a computer center. And we got there, and what I remember, and it sticks in my mind, is there was a big room, and there was a hallway, and there was glass windows that we could stand here and walk by and look into the computer center while our teachers talked to us, and we see everybody working. I don't remember much of what the teachers said that day. I do remember one thing they told me, and that really stuck in my mind. My question to them was, this looks really cool, I want to go in there. And they said, no, you can't. And my recollection is, as a kid, I was thinking, oh, yes, I will. And that was my first exposure to computers, and really wasn't that much, but that memory really stuck with me. In 1965, the World's Fair was in Flushing Meadow. How many here remember it? Anyone get to go to it? It was over in New York. Okay. This was quite a while ago, and it was a big deal. I think if you go over to Flushing Meadow today, there's still the Unisphere there, and even the Science Museum, I think, is still there. Yep. Because I remember going in that Science Museum and they telling us this is one of the 2 landmarks that are going to stay behind after they clear everything back out and restore Flushing Meadow. And I went back years later and found indeed it was true, and went to the Science Museum and went, wow, they really need to update this now. While I was there were a lot of interesting exhibits. Disney was there. They were showing their first look at what animatronics, audio animatronics were, and all these computer-controlled robots singing "It's a Small World." It's a small world. You know, you sit on that ride after a while, and you're either going to be singing the tune or sticking your fingers in your ears, because they just keep singing it. That wasn't the exhibit that was the big deal to me, though. We went to a Ford exhibit, and they let you ride in a car, and I got to drive it, pretend, and they go through and show the world of automation as it was coming, and that wasn't the exhibit that was really important to me, though. IBM had an exhibit, and the way I remember it was there was a long line that you had to wait on. When you got there, there were some sort of stadium seats that fell down out of this building above. You got in, you sat in the seats, and they lifted you up. They did a presentation. I don't remember the presentation at all. I think there was a line of TVs on the screen, and they were just talking about computers, and whatever they said, I'm sure, was interesting, and it didn't stick. When we exited, we didn't go out the way we came in, which makes sense, because I remember when the seats came down, nobody was in them, so we were able to get in. So there was another exit. They took us down and funneled us down underground to a basement area where they had exhibits going. And the exhibit that I saw was a tic-tac-toe program. And you could play against the computer on tic-tac-toe. So I went ahead, got online, and waited my turn. And I got up there. It was my turn to play tic-tac-toe with the computer, by golly. And I looked up, and there was 2 big signs next to it that would light up. One said, "You lose," and the other one said, "Tie." Okay, I asked the guy, "Where's the I win sign?" And he says, "You can't." What do you mean you can't? You cannot win against the computer. Oh yeah, I'm pretty good. I played, I lost. What stuck in my mind though was, why could the computer not lose? We'll talk about that later. Okay, so we went from grade school now to the World's Fair, which is this was middle school. Now I'm in high school, 11th grade. I had a domineering Jewish mother. I don't know if anybody can relate to that. But let me tell you, it meant that when she had an idea for one of her children, that idea was their idea, and they better embrace it. Well, her idea for me was I was designated to go into medicine. And so from 11th grade, I had already been accepted for early enrollment in pre-med at University of Miami, skipping senior year. It just didn't feel right to me. I was 17 at the time, 16 going on 17, and it was not something I wanted to do. And I stood my ground with my mother, and for the first time ever that I can ever remember, and probably the last time ever that I can ever remember, I got my way. I did not have to go into pre-med. I could take my senior year in high school. And what happened in my senior year in high school was for the entire Florida system and I was living in Florida at the time, down in Miami, the Florida system decided as an experiment they were putting a computer terminal in a high school to see what would happen. And that's what they did. I walked in one day to the Math Science Resource Center, and there was a teletype typewriter there, an acoustic modem, and a phone. And this was all new to me. Whoa, what is this stuff? And I walked over and talked to Mr. Nordmeyer. I still remember his name. He was the head of the department. I said, what is that? And he says, it's a computer terminal. I said, who's it for? He says, anybody, you can use it. I said, how do you use it? He says, I don't know. I said, okay, where's the manual? There isn't one. Oh, cool. The language that the terminal talked was IBM APL 360. I don't know if you know APL, but it's all Greek to me, literally. It uses the Greek character set. It's a mathematician's language. You can take the determinant of a matrix with one command, to give you an idea. It's not a user-friendly language at all. I had no idea. This was my first exposure. So I started playing with it. I found that I could buy a manual at the University of Miami. Okay, cost me $10, and I paid it. And that was actually some pretty major money for a kid in high school at the time. So I think I was working as a car park at the time, a valet. So I saved up my tips and bought the manual. I read it. And I decided, once I did my type of hello world, basically what's your name, and it types it back. The concept of hello world didn't even exist at the time. But it was, once I played with it a little bit, it's like, okay, what do I want to do with this? Well, what I decided I wanted to do is write a tic-tac-toe program. And I'm going to have the computer win. And I must have taken 3 or 4 months to do it. I got permission to come in to the high school early in the morning. They would literally, I could get there when the janitors got there, around 6 a.m., knock on the door, they'd let me in, and I could then use the computer before regular classes. Then at night, I got permission to be locked into the school and leave whenever I wanted. Okay, didn't get much sleep, but I sure learned a lot of stuff. Eventually, I did get the computer going, the game going, and I got it to play tic-tac-toe, and I got it to win all the time. And I was really, really proud of that. So I contacted University of Miami and asked them if I could have my game put in their public-facing directory of the APL libraries so that other people could play my tic-tac-toe game. And they said, wow, that's really cool. Absolutely not. Why not? Well, there's already one in there, and it's way better than yours. What? There is? And I took it, and I pulled it out, and I looked at it. My game took on the order of probably 5 to 10 pages of Selectric typewriter printed code. This one did it in 1 page. And I looked at it and learned a lot of stuff from a good programmer who understood how to use the language, how to properly use the functions. And ever since then, I've taken that to heart. I'm always willing to learn. I don't always know the best way to do something. I don't always know the best language to use. I'm willing to learn, and I'm willing to learn from others. And that was a big deal, and that helped a lot. Okay, so we went through that. In the 70s, I got computers, and my first home computer isn't even up here. It was a homebrew that my brother Richard built from bit slice chips called the IMP, I believe, where they were 8 bits per slice. And he built a 16-bit computer. I think it might have been 4-bit a slice. 4-bit a slice. Thank you. We got fact checkers or people who have used it. This is even better. In any case, he built up a 16-bit computer. My other brother was living with us. We were all 3 of us going to college at FIT, which is now known as Florida Tech, and we were renting a house. And actually, that's another story. Wasn't renting a house, I actually bought it. But in any case, doing the thing together, Richard built the computer, my brother Eric built a TV typewriter, a Don Lancaster type of device, where we had a keyboard and we had a screen. And we could peek and poke into memory. So I proceeded to write a space war game. You can actually see a video of it on my personal webpage at msadams.com in a sidebar there. And as far as we can tell, it's probably the world's first 16-bit home computer game, considering there really weren't any 16-bit home computers at this time, he claimed to make. But I had a lot of fun with it. It was all character-based. It was just a shooting game. Things would fly across the screen and you'd try to shoot it. And we called it Space Wars. Enterprise, K was for Klingons. And you just shot, and it was a lot of fun. I wrote the whole thing in assembly language, okay? Because obviously there's no high-level languages at the time available for this. But there was also no compilers or assemblers available. So I had to hand assemble it. I took each instruction, broke it down to hex, and then hard-coded it in. I learned very quickly that I didn't write perfect code. I made mistakes. And that meant every time I had to change instructions, I might move things around. I might have to add an instruction in between something, and all my jumps were then bad. I invented for myself a very common thing. I think other programmers would have done the same. I put the thing into modules that would do certain things, like one module would handle the keyboard of it. I put a jump table. And the jump table then jumped in to the address that would correspond to where I wanted to end up. So anything that needed a label didn't go directly to that label, it went through the jump table. So if I had to move that by hand, jump table and everything properly linked. I actually kept the source code, the notebook that I wrote this in. You can see all the erasures and everything. And I remember my brother, what are you going to do with that? When we were leaving college. And I said, I was just going to toss it. I don't need it. He says, can I have it? I said, sure. You can read about what happened to that source code on my webpage. But from what I understand, it went through the hands of a few collectors and garner in value as it changed hands. The world's first 16-bit home computer game. Okay, now we move into the 70s. And this is the beginning of what we called, actually I'll throw one more. If I go too long, I may miss some things at the end. So I'm going to try to hit all the highlights that I want. But there's a lot of interesting things that happen. I'm just briefly going to mention another computer, and it was the first I bought. It was called a Sphere, just like a round globe, Sphere. My president, you got to read about this machine. It's gotten very little press. It's very poorly known. It was far better than the Altair MITS that gets all the credit as being the first, but what it did was just awesome. And with that machine, which I did build myself, and then I realized this thing has no graphics, and I wanted graphics, so I literally invented the graphics card for the machine and built it and hand-wired it and made my own graphics card. Can you guess why I wanted to put graphics in? Games. Yes, bingo. And the game I wanted to write was Tank Wars. And so I did. And Tank Wars was in the arcades at this time, where you'd have a controller, you can pull back and forth to control it, and a fire button. So I actually made two boxes that could do that. And I invented the boxes. I had wires going across inside, so you were completing the circuit when you moved the copper to either one, and then there's a fire button. And I went in switches, and bingo, I had the controls, and on the screen it was all black and white with 1 bit per thing. I had little tanks that went around, and you can play against each other. And I took a video of it. And the reason is because Sphere had their first annual What Do You Use Your Sphere For contest. They wanted everybody who had a sphere to tell them what they used the video of the game in, and I won the first annual contest. Unfortunately, a year later, Sphere was gone, and with it, my submission and everything else. But it was kind of neat. Finally, to the start. That was the pre-start. We're now 1978. Radio Shack, 1977, that time frame. Radio Shack came out with the what we called, the homebrew people called, an appliance computer. You could buy it off the shelf, ready to use. And I was looking at it, and they had the Model 1 in two different, they didn't call it a Model 1 because there was only one model at the time. This was the TRS-80 computer. They had two levels to it, Level 1 and Level 2. Level 1 came with a 4K Tiny Basic. Well, I had already played with Tiny Basic on my Sphere. I had gotten a copy of Tiny Basic for the processor. The Sphere was pretty sure it was a Z80. I knew Tiny Basic, I had fun with it, but the TRS-80 for Level 1 was a Tiny Basic, Microsoft Basic, not Microsoft, it was Radio Shack Basic, something. Then there was a Level 2, which was a 16K Basic. And it came with a small company out in Washington that was doing some basic work called Microsoft. And I had heard of Microsoft Basic and I wanted to try it. And I thought, okay, this sounds like a good machine. So I did end up buying a TRS-80 Level 2 16K. And started playing with a new language. I love new languages. Today I use C# and Unity. And I love learning new platforms, new languages, new methodologies. And doing it just keeps expanding how I do things. And I also love new things connecting to old. I had a great chat with Thomas Cherry Holmes on FujiNet. And I'm getting a glimmer of a start of an idea of maybe there's a way to shoehorn some new stuff back into some old stuff, and everybody has fun. I don't know if it's possible, but it's exciting to think about. So I had the TRS-80, and the thing I wanted to do was I wanted to learn new things in BASIC. And the biggest difference I saw between Tiny Basic and Microsoft Basic was something called strings. And what the heck are strings? Well, strings are basically a way for a computer to understand alphabetic text. That's the easiest way to put it. Now, at this time, I'm a mainframe programmer, too. And I'm working for Stromberg Carlson. They were one of the first to bring out a digital central office for the phone systems. Before then, all the phones were electromechanical switches. You've probably seen how those things work. Well, they were starting to come out with a digital switch. I was part of the team that was designing the software for that. Part of the reason I got that job was I used to work for RCA down in the Air Force Eastern Test Range. And I literally saved RCA's bacon at one point where they were going to lose a contract, and I pulled some computer wizardry for them on their mainframe, got them the contract, and the guy who was in charge of the whole operations, his name was Jeff Berube, he was up in Patrick Air Force Base, and we were scattered down in Ascension Island and Antigua, so the range goes a long way. Basically, they're radar tracking stations that when a missile was shot, they would be tracking it, getting telemetry. They're also supporting NASA, supporting Space Defense Command, and literally I had to get clearances to do some of the work I was doing. It was fascinating. But Berube is a key part, which brings me another very quick short story. Because of what I did for the radar station in Antigua, I got the permission to do whatever I wanted to do with the radar station after hours. Well, I found a copy of Star Trek floating around that ran in Fortran that worked on a teletype. So I got it working on the Sigma 5 mainframe there, and I was playing Star Trek on the teletype, and I'm looking over at the radar screen. Star Trek on the teletype, like, radar screen. Well, yes, I did. I turned a multi-million-dollar radar station into a video game. I had Star Trek working on the radar screen. I couldn't share it with many people, but I got personal satisfaction doing it. So I had a great deal of fun with that. It gives you just a glimmer of what I was doing with my gift. My gift, obviously, was working with these electronic things and being creative. That's what God gave me. And so I was exploring that gift and understanding it. Okay, so now we've got the TRS-80. What am I going to do with it? I want to learn strings. What can I do? I wrote a small game called Dog Race, where you bet on the outcome of a couple of dogs that are running across the screen, and the winner took all. It was a little game. I took it in a local Radio Shack and said, can I sell it here? And they said, sure, sell it for $1, and might have sold 5 or 6 copies. It's a piece of junk, but I was excited. I was always an entrepreneur. When I was a kid, I turned our garage into a slot car arcade, where I would rent time on my slot car set to all the kids in the neighborhood, use the money to buy more slot cars and more stuff. So I was always looking for some way to raise a little bit of money on my own. So I had fun with that too. All right, so I've got this TRS-80. I'm working at Stromberg Carlson, and somebody says, hey, there's a cool new game that they're playing on the mainframe. I was not allowed in the mainframe, in the IT room. We all had terminals connected to the mainframe room for the deck. And they said the name of this game is Adventure. Oh, sounds nice. What does it do? Well, come here, take a look. And he sat down and he showed me, you're at the mailbox. And I just was blown away. Wow, what a concept. I did my high school thing again, where I went in and I played the game in the morning up until the time I had to start work. And then when I left at night, I played the game till I had to go home. And I was married at the time, so it wasn't quite as late as I would have liked. I played the game for a week and beat it and got the full 300 score, and then this one had the extra 50 points that you could do, which was exciting. And I did that, and I just had a blast, and it was so much fun. And then I got done, and I go, wow, it'd be so cool to have this experience on my TRS-80, because this is text. I'm dealing with text. I'll have to deal with strings. And I told my friends and colleagues at Stromberg what I was going to do. And keep in mind, I'd never seen the source of this. I had no idea. I didn't even talk to the IT department and just got permission to be able to access the game. So I told them I was going to do this, and everybody laughed at me. It's like, you're going to take this mainframe game and put it in your toy computer. It's not going to happen. I said, well, no, I'm not going to take this game, but I'm going to write something like it. I realized, though, I had a challenge here, because they were right. I didn't have the processing power, the RAM, or anything like a mainframe computer. Because I worked on mainframes and I work on the micros, and I knew the difference. So I literally had to develop my own language as I went along. I invented an interpreter that could understand the language. I invented a compiler that could compress the language. And then I had to write the game. So I had 4 pieces going all at once at the same time. And I wrote a game that I called Adventureland. And it was a salute to adventure. You start in a forest and you have treasures you have to pick up. Just like in adventure, you have treasures you have to pick up. So I was mimicking the concept that I learned from Colossal Caves. It was truly eye-opening, and I learned to use strings. And I got the game working, and I got people playing it. They'd come over and play it. And as they played it, it gave me ideas of how I could change the game. And I made it better and better and better and fine-tuned it and made it better until I hit a brick wall. The brick wall was, I had 16K. I had a cassette drive. I didn't even have a floppy at this point. So it's like, okay, I've got to say the game is over. So I reached the point where I had, I think, 13 treasures. I said, okay, that's going to be it. I can't put any more puzzles in. I can't put any more treasures. I'm going to cut off at 13. I'm going to put a scoring system in, so when you get all 13 treasures, you have 100. Now I've got something done. So I took it to an 8-bit group that was meeting in Orlando at the time, because I had moved up to Longwood, which isn't really even in the same county as Orlando, but everyone, you're in the greater Orlando area. So I took it there, showed it to folks, and I was able to sell tapes of it. And this was really cool. I thought, wow, I'm onto something here. This is fun. People are enjoying it. Softside magazine, I think, was coming out at this point. And I may be wrong on this, but the way I remember it, Softside was about this big. It was not a large print. And it had in the back places to put small ads, classified. So I put a classified in for the game and started selling it mail order. And people would send in, I think I charged $14.99. People would send the money in. I picked that number because it sounded cool. And then one day got a call from Manny Garcia in a far, far off land that I had only heard of but never visited, in a place called Chicago. Hey, I was from Florida. And he wanted 25, I think it was 25 cassettes. And he literally had to teach me what wholesale was, because it was, oh, 25 times $15, that's going to be, no, that's not how you do it. You got to give me a discount. I do? Why? Because I'm going to resell it. Oh, okay, how much of a discount do I have to give you? Really, I was learning everything from the ground up, which is sad because when I went to school, I got a degree in computer science with a minor in business. Okay, I didn't know this stuff. I should have. It shows how well that college education prepared me. As far as computing goes, I ended up guest lecturing some of the classes I was taking when I was an undergraduate because of the work I did. We had a mainframe downstairs, and I managed to be working in that mainframe department. There's too many side stories here. Anyway, to make this one short, upstairs in the computer lab was the computer for the students, a Honeywell DDP-24. And you had to sign up, and you got maybe 15 minutes, half hour a day if you were lucky. So what I did was I went downstairs, I wrote a simulator from the machine upstairs, wrote an assembly language assembler, and then I wrote my classwork on it. So, and the next semester, I turned that whole thing in as a project to the assembler class, and they were like, whoa, what did you do here? And that's why I was guest lecturing the classes that I was taking. Okay, so I've got this game, I'm selling it, and now I've gone retail, started a company, called it Adventure International, and it started to grow. The pictures here, that was an early picture of the geodesic dome. That was 1, 2, 3, that might have been the 4th or 5th building we moved into, because we just kept growing. We literally built that dome for the company, 3 stories inside. So the company was growing. We were doing really nice packaging now. Oh, I forgot to mention, I sold him 25 tapes. He sent the money, the stuff went up, and he called back and he says, I got everything, but there's one problem. Where's the packaging? I sent him just cassette tapes, not even a label on them, just cassette tapes. He says, I can sell these, but you got to get packaging. And getting that packaging was quite a story too. Bottom line was basically we ended up using baby bottle liners with a business card clipped on top and a hole drilled in it. But it was packaging and it could hang on a pegboard. So we went from there. So that was my intro to appliance computers. I love the TRS-80 since it was my first appliance computer. It had great strengths and also limitations. There was no perfect home computer at the time, but I was very fond of this one. Its biggest limitations was there was no lowercase on the initial machine. And I actually researched it because that bugged me. And I found out that the ROM chip that they were buying was defective. They never admitted it, but they bought a batch of ROM chips where the capital A was in the wrong spot. It looked wrong. And so lowercase a. So they turned off lowercase. Every other lowercase in there worked. So you can make a mod to the hardware and put a switch in and turn lowercase on, which was really cool. The problem is everybody else, if they didn't have the switch, wouldn't see the lowercase. So literally the first time the game went out, for quite a while, Adventureland was all uppercase. There was no upper lowercase. So if you ever see it playing with only uppercase, then it was on the original hardware and the original games, and that's very rare. Because I literally had to go back later and rewrite stuff because I knew I didn't have upper and lowercase, so I didn't care when I was programming, but later when I did, it made a difference. Okay, now, I'm making it big, right? What happens? Okay, this one, hi Igor. That's really me, that's really my hair. Hardly changed at all. This was the limited gold. It was a very special edition that I brought out. By this time, I had a dozen games in the adventure series. They were all different themes, and they were doing very popular. And I thought, bring out a special edition of it. And I don't remember where I got the idea. And I said it would come with an autographed picture. So that was the picture. I figured if they're looking more at Igor, they're not going to be looking at me. We sold a lot. We sold out the entire run. It was probably the best thing we ever did. It came with a certified number for each one. It came with the possibility of winning a gold Cougarand. We actually bought 4 gold Cougarands and put them in the series for people to find. So that was just an add-on basis. So this was doing great. That's me and the Hulk. And we're going to get into him a little later. But there are some big things going on. By this time, I was well known in the industry, such that other companies were asking me to pitch their product, so to speak. So Instant Software had some good stuff, and I did like it. And they approached me and said, would you mind telling the world that you use it? Because I was using some of their business software. And I said, sure. And that worked 2 ways. One, it was nice because I think they paid us a small royalty. I don't remember. But 2, it gave more exposure, which can't hurt. The more times your people say you're famous, you become famous. And that's a problem. Okay. This one a little faster than I wanted. The first one on the left, that is just a catalog. It wasn't just my games. We became a publishing house. Programs to be published. And we had a big catalog of games. And we sent out catalog mailings. This is long before internet. So the people found out about us by either seeing a catalog or seeing it in a computer store. Well, computer stores were very rare still. So mostly they saw it by catalogs. And so we compiled an incredible catalog list, and we would mail out catalogs that bought anything of ours that registered. And from there, it would grow. And I've heard from people where when they were getting these catalogs, they looked forward to getting them. They started as black and white, and then they moved into color, and they got quite elaborate. Okay, Scott Adams, the superhero. This was actually approved and printed by Marvel. Okay, what do you think that did to my head? Hulk has nothing on me, I'll tell you. You want to talk about a big head? Yeah. I'm going to hit some highlights here. Okay. Did anyone here get to hear Mike Tomachek? Okay, a number of you did. Incredible. He gave the story of how, why, where, and when the VIC-20 came into being, and he had his fingers in a lot of that. It was an amazing, amazing thing that he did. Well, by this time, like I said, I was well known. So I was contacted by Mike saying they were coming out with this new computer, the VIC-20, and they saw that I had put my games on a lot of other machines, and I had, because I was always getting new machines as they came out and figuring out how to get my game on it. Because keep in mind, I wrote my own interpreter, and I wrote my own language, so all I had to do was get that compiled interpreter running on that machine one time, and I'd have my entire game set, because everything else then just came over easily. And most of the changes, I was either changing processor, 6502 versus Z80, because those were the 2 that were primarily used, or I was changing input-output for the screen or for the keyboard. There was no mouse, of course. Or maybe not, of course. There was no mouse, just know that. Okay, so Mike called and said, well, we're coming out with this new computer, the VIC-20. I said, oh yeah, I've heard about it. And he said, how about you put your games on it for us? And I said, no, that was one machine I had already decided it isn't going to work. I'm not going to do it. What? Wait, why? What's the matter? I said, well, you only got 5K of memory. I need 16. It isn't going to fit. I'm sorry. Oh, is that all? Well, what if we put it in a cartridge? Ding. Just like he did with the modem. What if we put it in a cartridge? Yeah. Wow. That was revolutionary. Could it fit? They said they could give me a 12K, I think it was 12K cartridge. I'm pretty sure that's the size of it. And really the game is, the majority of it is either the interpreter or the database, but it does need RAM to build the variables, to build the state machine of everything going on. I said, it might work. And he said, well, tell you what, I'm going to send an engineer down to help you do the conversion. Oh, cool. Okay. And he did. 2 engineers actually came down over the period of the process of the period was Andy Finkel and Jeff Bruett. Both of them, young men, incredibly talented, and we worked very well together. And I think both of them stayed at my house at the time. We had a spare bedroom. And we spent some long hours doing it. I think Mike said that we turned it around very quickly. I honestly don't remember how long it took. My recollection is it took probably about 12 years. It felt like forever. It was not an easy task. And just when I thought we were all done, we are literally within a couple of hundred bytes of getting this thing fitting and running. And we couldn't shrink it anymore. Literally couldn't shrink it to do what we needed to do. Pulled every trick we could, compressed code as much as we could think of. And then it was either Andy or Jeff, and I wish I remember who it was, that came up with a brilliant idea. They said, you know, this cartridge has a bootloader. When you put it in, it automatically starts playing the game. I can take that out, and we can give them something to type in BASIC that'll start the cartridge. I said, really? He said, yeah, let's try that. And it was enough room. I think we ended up with 20, 30 bytes to spare. So if you play a VIC-20 and you go, why am I typing in these magic numbers to start the game? That's why. It was not that I was trying to be mean or trying to confuse anyone or mystical. It was simply, we had to do it to make it work. That's Jack, that's Mike, John Matthias. Anybody here know that name? He was director of software at Commodore when I first went out there. So basically, Mike turned me over to John. And John is the one who I worked with after that. John Matthias was a University of Wisconsin professor who left and went to work for Commodore. At this time, they were in Pennsylvania, right near Valley Forge. I don't remember the area now. But I went out there and met with John a couple of times. And he was very instrumental for something that happens later. But we had a good relationship. We got it done, and we got the game out. Mike was wonderful to talk to. You know him. He's friendly, he's outgoing, and he's got a good heart. Jack is dead, and they say you're not supposed to say anything bad about the dead, so I'm going to move on. TI. Oh, yes, TI. Anybody have a TI 99? Okay, we've got some fans there. I love the machine. It was the best internals of any of the machines I had ever worked with to put the game on. Once again, they came to me and said, would you put your games on our machine? By this time, sure, I'm getting used to this. Why not? Just keep them coming. Okay, so tell me about your machine. And they did. So the basic game, to get it to work, for the regular 12 classic games, was I had my interpreter in a cartridge. They were not going to use a cartridge for each game. They said, oh, way too expensive. We'll just have the interpreter in a cartridge, and then to get it to fit, your databases will come on cassette. They may have also come on floppy. I don't think so, but I don't actually remember. So you got the game and you got one cassette with the cartridge, and it was Pirate Adventure. So that's what came, and then you could buy the other 11 games as cassettes. That was good, but that wasn't the end of it. They said, we want something special, something that's only for Texas Instruments. Nobody else gets it. So if you make it, it's for us and it's going to be exclusive. Whoa, this is going to cost you. They agreed. Okay. So the game was called Return to Pirates Island 2 because they were doing Pirate Island, and I thought this would be a good segue. So this would be the second half of it. It would help the independent cartridge and the classic games play together. And then the other thing was, because it was they wanted it to be on a cartridge, and they wanted it to be graphics. So this was a graphical adventure running on the cartridge. And as far as I know, it's probably the first graphical text game running on a cartridge that was ever made. Probably the last too, because it doesn't really make sense to do it. But anyway, that's how it came out. To get the graphics in, this was long before the JPEG standard came out. And we had problems trying to figure out how we were going to compress the graphics. And we had tried some of the simple compression schemes that were out there, and it just wasn't working. So I came up with a system that was labor intensive, but memory compatible. What I did was I invented a graphics set for the artists that they could choose from, and then we could add symbols to it. So basically they were doing, all their art is done from tiny atomics that we assigned a number to. So basically we're doing pre-compression of the pictures. And it worked, and you can see it because the game's still out there. Matter of fact, the only classic machine I currently own is the TI-99. I loved it to death, the internals. They were great. You hear me keep saying the internals. The externals was another story, unfortunately. And if you were also here during Mike Tomachek's talk about Commodore, Tramiel had it in for TI. Oh, did he have it in for TI. And he really shot them down. And they shot him down. Shoot out at the OK Corral, except everybody dies. What basically happened was TI, their $1,000 machines suddenly selling for $50 to $80. And this started the crash. But we'll go into that more. Oh, and the reason I kept saying the internals were great, they were. It was a 16-bit internal computer. The external was done by a separate division of TI than the people who invented the hardware on the internal. And what they did to that was a real shame. When I was developing, I didn't have the expansion bay because it didn't exist at the time. I had the TI there, and then I had all the things I needed daisy-chained out. And you had to have an 8-foot table to put all the peripherals that would plug into the one next to it, fixed plugs. So if you didn't have desk space, you weren't going to be using it. The chiclet keyboard. Oh, when will they ever learn? Well, they did. The 994A came out, and that replaced it. But unfortunately, the mistake was made early, and it got a reputation. So it's not just internals that counts. Everything has to go together. Okay, Marvel, Hulk Smash, more fun than should be legal. It was. Again, I got called. I didn't seek out. I got called by Marvel. By the way, I also got called by movie studios too, Buckaroo Banzai. That's not even in the presentation here. But we did the only authorized video game for it. Actually, I didn't even do that one because I didn't have any bandwidth. I was so busy working on Marvel that I gave it to some of the people at the office, and they did a wonderful job. The Buckaroo Banzai adventure game is a lot of fun, and they get the credit. So back to Marvel, get a call from a fellow called Joe Calamari, who has an office in Manhattan, another far-off, distant land. And he was saying that they wanted to they heard about computers, they heard about home computers, and they heard about home games, and they wanted to get their characters into that. And Joe said he had asked around, talked to a lot of people, and everybody said, talk to Scott Adams at Adventure International. Oh boy, did my head grow another size. It's sort of like the Grinch with his heart shrinking. Oh, my head is growing. Okay, I said yes, of course. It was incredible. It was fun. I got to go up to Manhattan. I met with Jim Shooter. He was the editor then. I met with some legendary writers and inkers. And basically, I got the rights from them to do whatever I wanted to do. The only caveat they had was they had to, if there was any artwork, they had to vet it and make sure it was approved. Other than that, I could do anything. Wow. So I said, this is great, but I want to do it right. I really do. Do you have anything that you can give me? Do you have writer's Bibles? Anything that you're using? And they said, no, but we're about to release something brand new. It's not even out yet. It's just in inking. We're calling it the Marvel Universe. And it contained all their characters and a synopsis of each one. Wow, what a treasure. So I got that, and I was able to read it and use it as inspiration for what I was doing. The other thing I got was I asked Joe, would he give me a subscription to every book that they were publishing? He said, every single one? I said, every single one. I want to, because they were, at that time, you could get a subscription to Marvel Comics, and they would come to your home. So I got a subscription to the entire series, and they would come in, and I'd have a stack this big sitting on top of my computer, and I read every single one while I was working. I'd work, and when I needed a break, I would take down a comic, and I would read. And I did this for a reason. I wanted to envelop myself in the license to understand it. And I did something similar later with Redwall. So the game is coming along. The game that I chose for the first game, they said, okay, so what are you going to do now for the first game? And I said, I'm going to do Hulk. And I said, Hulk? Yeah, Hulk is strong. He's a good character, but you know, Spider-Man's our #1 seller. I said, yeah, I know. That's why I'm doing Hulk. Okay, explain. Well, I'm doing Hulk first because I want to get Spider-Man right. I want to make my mistakes in Hulk. So Hulk came out. It's not my best work. I did make mistakes. It's the last of my 2-word sentence parser. It's the last game that used verb noun. With Spider-Man, I expanded and took full sentences. So that was a big change. And also the gameplay wasn't as smooth. Besides not only doing the games, they gave me permission to write a comic book that was going to go with each game. So I made up a series and I made up a name. I called it Quest Probe. And the comics are still available. And from what I understand, I was told by a friend that of all the comics and licensing that Marvel has ever done, the work that I did with the Quest Probe series are the only ones that ever became canon. They are part of the Marvel Universe. My characters that I invented. There are characters in there. So, whoa! I can't carry my head around anymore. It was fun, though. Okay. We're back to Jack. Okay. Well, does anyone remember that Mike mentioned that Jack had one of his philosophies was make every penny feel like it's your own. And he owned all the pennies. He did not like to see pennies going out. So he knew about this deal I got with Marvel. And his thing was they could do it better. So he convinced me and Joe Calamari and all of Marvel that Commodore was much bigger and they should be publishing the games instead of Adventure International. I'd still write them, but they would have the exclusive right of selling them. And if they should fail, they had an iron-tight contract with large payoffs if they missed. Whoa, okay. A lot less work for me, get a lot more money. How can I lose? When I saw the first package for Spider-Man, I knew I was in trouble. You guys saw what Mike put out, or if you haven't seen them, the VIC-20 cartridge art is beautiful. If you get a chance, take a look at what the Commodore 64 cartridge art for the Marvel series looks like. It's sad. And it was more than sad. They didn't even come close to meeting their commitments and their promises. They literally had to buy out of the contract. And they did, and they paid 10 cents on the dollar of what they promised to pay if they were buying out of the contract. So I went up there with the Marvel lawyers and we negotiated. And it is, I didn't realize it at the time, but it is typical of the way Jack worked from what I'm hearing what Mike said. Because basically they got us down even lower and then let it come back up just a little bit to make us feel good. Oh. Okay, a side effect of being with Marvel. I was up in Manhattan at their world headquarters. Might have been Park Ave. I'm not sure now. I honestly, maybe it was Madison Ave. I don't remember where they are. But wherever it was, I had a great meeting with Jim Shooter, Joe, and I'm leaving. And as I'm leaving, the receptionist says, "Scott, come over here. Scott, you know Harlan Ellison, right?" Yeah, I know of Harlan Ellison, who didn't at the time. For those who don't know, he was the infant terrible of Hollywood. He was the one that turned a lot of thinking around about science fiction and fantasy, and he was a major shaker and mover that moved Hollywood more towards our world. Okay, so anyway, she said, "Well, we're having a surprise 50th birthday party for him tonight. Would you like to come?" Sure. And so I did. And there was Harlan. I think I got to talk to him for about 5 seconds. He is his energy, he is like a giant dino. He's a Tesla coil, okay? The energy that comes out of him, and he's got 6 conversations going at once with a dozen people around him. That's not me. I'm more geek under the table. I'm up here doing this presentation. I'm going to crash after this and probably not be seen for a couple of weeks, okay? Many of you could probably appreciate that. Harlan's the flip of that. He is just incredible energy. But I did get to meet him and didn't really get to socialize with him there. George Takei was at the party. And I honestly, at the time, I had some good conversations with him. And I did get to socialize with him. And when I'm talking, one of the first things I noticed when I went up and started talking to him was how big his head was. Huh? What are you saying? Well, I just looked at him and his head's gigantic. No, I'm not talking about my gigantic. That's invisible. His head is really gigantic. And you're telling me, no, it's not. Remember, I grew up in the 60s watching Star Trek on an 11-inch television. Really, my mind had fixed his head as that size. When I saw him in person, he was this giant balloon version of Sulu. It was really weird. It gave me a lot of insight, though, into human condition. Wow. So we had some good conversations. I honestly felt by the end of the night that he was trying to pick me up. I'm serious. And this was back in the last century. So it was really weird. Found out later he has come out, and he is not straight. But I didn't know it at the time. And so it was just an interesting observation. This wasn't important, though. What follows this one. This one was something that changed my life. And I met somebody else. Isaac Asimov. I'd been reading his works since I was a kid. And I appreciated everything he did. iRobot, Foundation, the whole series. I was even reading PsyOps that his wife was writing, which wasn't quite as good, and she goes in a different direction. She's not Isaac. I had never met him before. I know he was supposed to show up at one convention in Chicago, and he didn't make it. I was at that. That was like the only time I was ever at a convention, but he had a heart attack. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't travel, and he didn't show up. He did show up. And when he came in the door, I was the first one he saw, the first one he talked to, and I went like, oh, my heart. And he walked over, he said, oh, no, 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 no. I said, no, really, and you know it. You know how big a fan people are of you. And he says, yeah, I know. Okay. Let me see if I do this. Maybe out of order. Yeah. The next day, it was a great party. Diane Duane was there, and I didn't even know who she was at the time, because as I was leaving, a young woman picked up a book off the chair, and it was a Star Trek novel. I looked down at it, and I said, oh, did you bring that to read? She says, no, I'm the author, and I wish I had talked with her. I felt so bad in retrospect. Trouble with Tribbles. You know who wrote that? Yep, David Gerald. He contacted me when I was at my peak about a possible collaboration. I wish that had worked out. That was really cool. But we shared a lot of close connection, because it turned out there was he had an interesting growing up time, and it impacted him. So back to Isaac. The next day, I'm visiting at a local convention that's going on. It's sort of like this retro convention, but it wasn't retro at the time.
Future retro.
Yes, a future retro. I like that. And they also had a comic section, and it was eclectic. And it was in the first floor convention of a hotel. And we had some vendors there that were selling Adventure International products, which is why I was there, just to stop by, say hello. And while I'm there, I'm about a distance from here to the back wall twice. I mean, it's a big ballroom type area. And there were two large double doors that open, a large platform, steps down, a platform steps down. So you can picture this as a sunken ballroom, an extravagant area to come in on. And so I just happened to glance up, and I looked through the door, in walks Isaac. Oh, that's cool. And I watched him. He came in, he just sort of walked in, then he looked around, and he just stopped. What is he doing? What's going on? He just stopped and looked. Suddenly, somebody said, there's Isaac! And a mob enveloped him. I watched him. He started to glow. He was feeding off the fan adoration. He was, I hate to say this, he was so insecure he needed that fan adoration. And I realized this is not one of us, no matter how much you put up on a pedestal, is not a perfect person. Not one of us. Don't put me up on a pedestal, please. Unfortunately, I was up on a pedestal, and I had one of those bobbleheads. Got me thinking. (1983), interesting year, when it all went down, down, down. If you were in Mike's presentation earlier, he talked about how part of this was caused by Commodore and part of it by TI, by their dueling, basically, or whatever you want to call it. It was sad, but it hurt a lot of people. Bottom line, though, there was too many games, too many systems, not enough consumers. And too many people trying to make money off of a fixed stream. So, and it hit us. It hit us big. It hit us really big. This was the end of Adventure International. We could not weather it. We had no outside investors. We were totally self-funded. My wife and I owned the company, and that was it. And we just didn't have the resources or the smarts to figure out how to get through this. Could it have been done? Absolutely. But it didn't. We didn't survive. We closed the doors. Adventure International was over. And to me, it was like my life was over, because I had put so much for so long into this, and I was washed out. I was a complete failure, and I didn't know what to do. Washed out, divorce, bankruptcy, failure. Other than that, things were great. God talked to me. And I'm being very literal here. He talked to me not with words, but through actions. I was so low, I didn't know where to go. Somebody invited me to go to a church camp meeting. Okay, I said, I, as a kid, used to go to camp every summer. And when I was a teen, I was a nature counselor. I used to wrestle alligators for a living. I mean, literally. And so yes, let me get out into it. I didn't have to go to church, right? No. Just come to the campground and just be out in nature, have peace, because they saw what I was going through. Okay, I'll do that. I went there, and when I got there, I found out that they were having a guest speaker, and she was a survivor of the Holocaust, and she was going to be telling her story. Being raised Jewish, I lost a lot of my family that I never met to the Holocaust. My family got out. The majority of the extended family did not and were never heard from. So the Holocaust meant a lot. It was hurtful. It was a wound that was still open, and I was interested to hear it. What I heard that night, it shocked me to my core and totally confused me. She gave a testimony of surviving the Holocaust and turning to Jesus. And I'm going, that's insane. She is so brainwashed. But I listened, and I thought, and I listened, and I took it back with me. So later, I literally went, okay, I'm always willing to learn new things, and I know I make mistakes. Is there something I need to learn? Let me at least research this, and I'm going to put it to the test. So I went into a Christian bookstore, which I had never, ever stepped foot in, because I wanted to get a Bible, a Christian Bible, one with the New Testament, because I was raised with never having read the New Testament, not even knowing what's in it, other than stay away, it's dangerous, don't read it. I had a Jewish mother. I was bar mitzvahed when I was 13. I was confirmed. I went through a very strong religious upbringing, went to Hebrew school. Okay, but I wanted to put this to the test, so I wanted to try to understand it. So I went in and I said, I'd like a Christian Bible. Can you sell me one? Oh, sure. Which one do you want? There's only one Jewish Bible. What do you mean? Which one? Give me the Christian Bible. He took me to the wall of Bibles. He said, take a pick. And I looked at him. I said, there's a small one. It was a small pocket Bible. And the salesman saying, it has the words of Jesus in red. And I said, oh, that's cool. I'll take this one. So I took it home. Before opening the book, I said, God, I'm putting you to the test. If you're really there, I am seeking you, but you got to prove yourself, because I don't believe you're there. You got to prove yourself in a way that I know you're proving yourself. It's got to work for me. So I opened the Bible, New Testament, okay. I said, okay, I'm just going to randomly open here, and I want to read something Jesus said. So I'll look for red. This is cool, red letter Bible. So I open it and I start reading. I start reading something, and it's the Lord's Prayer. Okay, wait a minute. Whoa, I know this prayer by heart. How the heck? Jesus said this? I thought this was something from the Old Testament. How the heck do I know the Lord's Prayer? And thinking back, when I was in elementary school, they had not passed the no prayer in school laws. And I'm pretty sure I have a second and third grade teacher to thank for reading this every morning before class. I knew it. I knew it by heart. The only thing in the New Testament I knew by heart. And I went, whoa, okay, that was weird. So, put that thing away. It's dangerous. And I slept on it, and I thought, okay, coincidence happened. That was a coincidence. That was not God talking to me. Yeah, I know a coincidence when it hits me over the head. So just to prove it, next day, I'm going to do the same thing again. So I had the same prayer, open the Bible, I'm going, okay, there's the dangerous section. I know where that was. I'm just going to open randomly somewhere else, read red, and see what it says. The Lord's Prayer. Again. Okay, something's going on here. I need to check something. So the next day, I asked some Christian friends. The Lord's Prayer, it's in the New Testament, right? Oh, yeah. It's in there like 12, 20 times, right? Oh, no, it's only in there twice. Wow. Right now I can feel the Spirit. Literally can feel it. I've started being able to feel the Spirit in the last few years. There's a statement in Colossians that says, you can only say Jesus is Lord through the Spirit. And if you can, with your mouth, say Jesus is Lord, you have the Spirit. And when I started saying Jesus is Lord, I could feel the presence of the Spirit and understand it. And now, just now, I felt the presence, even though I wasn't saying it. So at that time is when I became a professed Christian. And that changed my life. Do with it as you want. For those of you that have a similar experience, I expect to see you in eternity with me. And I want to spend a lot of time with you. For those of you that aren't there, that's your choice too. If you ever want to discuss or have any questions of a theological nature, I have answers for myself that satisfy me. I'm willing to share them, and they may not satisfy you, and I understand that. Or you may not even want to ask, and that's okay. But I want to say this was a turning point in my life. There is indeed a bigger picture. And it's not over yet. Now, this is kind of the sad part, because when I normally give this presentation, my wife's here. And VCF was generous enough to say they were going to fly both of us up here, take care of her expenses, so she could be here too. She had to bail. She is burnt out on doing these. She's also burnt physically. She has health problems that she is fighting. So for any of you that believe in prayer, I'm asking you to pray for Roxanne, because she can use your prayers. You can never be too prayed for. So just letting you know. But basically what happened was I remarried. Her name's Roxanne. And next to Jesus, she's the most important person in my life. He and her together have helped me to improve. In many ways, I'm still the same tactless, idiotic pain in the butt that any of my employees back in Adventure International days can tell you about. I probably outjacked Jack Tramiel. Not easy. I was a jerk. I really was. I probably still am, but now I don't think I am, so it's... Okay, The Inheritance. This is a game that I came up with around the turn of the century, around 2000. And it was going to be a game that fits all these things. I actually started on it and did it in spurts over 10 years and really got nowhere. It's an adventure game, surprise, surprise. And text adventure, audio. Okay. I did finish The Inheritance, and I did bring it out. I also sold another game during that period. Remember Return to Pirates Island? Well, it became Return to Pirates Island 2. I went ahead and re-released it on PC. TI was gone. The exclusive clause is long gone. So that was a game that I did just to see if I could get my engine working in more modern day setting from what it had been in. So I did it in Visual Basic 6. Hey, back then that was a cutting edge. So The Inheritance came out. It's a fun game for those who enjoy it, and it's an irritating game for those who don't. There was a limited edition that I sold for a while, and then I withdrew it from the market, so it's not even available currently. In special cases, I will release copies to people who want to play with it. I would really like to get it back up to a quality I think it should be at, but right now, it's out. CGDC stands for Christian Game Developers Conference. Is there such a thing? Yes, there is. They meet in Portland, Oregon, and I had been invited 2015. Yep, and I turned them down. Wasn't interested. By the way, during this time, I totally forgot about John Matthias. After the crash and my company folded, I went to work for a small independent insurance place. Worked there for a while. Got let go, tried to get a new position, and tried to get a new position, and tried to get a new position, sent out 50 resumes. They all came back overqualified. I had run a multi-million-dollar company. They didn't want me. They really didn't want me, because I wanted a programming job. So I was stranded, literally. For 6 weeks trying to find a job, going lower and lower, ate through all our savings. We were at rock bottom. My wife said, we really haven't prayed about this. Oh yeah, we haven't. And so we did. We went down on our knees, and we had a prayer for my employment situation. Literally, as I got up, the phone rang. Wow, okay, that's weird. Went over, answered it, and said, "Hi, who's this? Is this Scott Adams?" Yeah, this is Scott Adams. Good, I've been trying to reach you for months. This is John Matthias remember me from Commodore? Whoa, yeah, what's going on? Turned out, John had come back to Wisconsin, come back to his roots, left Commodore, and he started a new company. He had 5 or 6 employees, and he'd been trying to fill in the ranks. And he wanted to know, would I be interested in coming to work for him? Wow. Only problem is he's in Wisconsin. I go, that's great, John. Yes. He wanted me to come help run his company into the ground, just like I did mine. No. He just wanted me to come work for him. But I said, that's great, John. where's Wisconsin? Moved up to Wisconsin, and I found out something about myself. I had lived on Ascension Island off the equator. I'd lived in Antigua. I'd lived in Miami, lived in Orlando, and now I'm in Wisconsin. And I found out I hate hot. I loved Wisconsin. I loved the 1 week of summer we get. I actually love minus 15. We went out the first year not knowing any better. Oh, it's minus 15 out there. Let's go sledding. Introduction to Frostbite 101. Okay, so anyway, up in Wisconsin. So I got the invitation, 2015, to go to Portland to be at the CGDC convention to speak. This was the first time ever that I had gotten an invitation anywhere to talk about the stuff I had buried. I had buried it. It's dead. That stuff is over. There's no interest in it. Though over the years, when the internet became alive, I started getting emails. And they were emails from people who remembered my games and they wanted to say thank you. And it was like, whoa, okay, this is cool. You're welcome, I guess. You know, I really wasn't doing this for you. I was doing it for me to get rich. But seriously, that was my motive. God used me during that time because some of the emails I got were so touching. There were literally deathbed confession type things where people were saying they played my game with their mother as she's dying. She said, bring in the TI so we can play that pirate adventure again as a family because it meant so much to them. Some cases there were kids where their parents were going through divorces and the game was their shelter. They would jump into the game and shut out the world. Others would say that the game was inspirational to them and helped them find their path in life. There are a number of very large corporations today that are in the game industry that their founders have written me and said I was the reason they started their company. And God was using me. God was using me during that time and I didn't even know it. I was an atheist. He said he can use a donkey. And believe me, I was fitting that rank very well. I was that donkey. Okay, so I get an invitation to speak at CGDC. And it's like, oh, anyone know John Romero? Great guy. He sent me an invitation once to come to a party he was having in California for his, quote, heroes that he wanted to meet and talk to. And I turned him down because I honestly thought the only reason he was inviting me out there was he wanted to look down his nose at me and say, ha ha, I succeeded, you failed. That's what I thought. Don't put me on a pedestal, folks. I have got clay feet. And every one of your heroes that you have on a pedestal, they have clay feet too. Keep that in mind. There's no perfect person. So anyway, this invitation from CGDC is, forget it, I'm not going. Well, they're going to be laughing at me. That's what they want me to come out. The next year, they invited me again, 2016, and it's like, I made the mistake of telling my wife. Oops. She talked it over with our daughter, our oldest. Oops again. They both said I had to go. They were the epitome of the Jewish mother has a wife and daughter. It's like, no, I'm being gang. Okay, I'll go. So I went. It was an amazing experience. So 2016, I went out to CGDC. I literally gave the opening keynote speech. It was funny because I'm sitting there in the audience and I came in late and it was in an auditorium and I had my hat on and I just sort of sat back and they start off with talk about the history of gaming and stuff. One guy was just doing it, and they said, then there's going to be this Scott Adams fellow coming. And later, it's like, but anybody see him? He hasn't showed up yet. And then I waved my hand. It's like, oh, no, we've been talking about you. Okay, so the talk that I gave that day was literally a version of this talk up till that time period. Everything you're going to hear now is going to be past that time period because it wasn't part of it. This was the group at CGC that year. Great people, made some new friends, a lot of wonderful people. And there's Roxanne, you can see her right down there, and there's me. Well, we had a wonderful time. And then Clopas came along. Oh, that was interesting. Redwall. Redwall, we'll get into that in a minute. Redwall caused us to start Clopas, and Clopas is a God-given name, literally. Myself, my wife, and 2 others from the conference came together in a prayer session to try to name this new company that my wife and I had determined we were going to start up. I felt God was tapping me on the shoulder and saying, you need to start something. So we needed a name. It was not going to be Scott Adams. It was not going to be Saga. That's too much me. By this time, my bobblehead had been knocked off. It was back to normal size. This company name had to reflect something different. So we're setting up parameters. What are we going to use for a name? Well, it should be 5 or 6 letters. It should be easy to spell. It should be something you can type into the internet and it's not available. It's not really being used. And it should be something that doesn't accidentally send you to a porn site either. So seriously, that can happen. So we're sitting there playing with acronyms and throwing ideas around. And then my wife says, you know, how do you usually get an answer from God? I go, oh yeah. Normally for me, I go to the Bible. I read the Bible and get connected. So while they're continuing talking, I pull out my Bible, and it's just like my old one, it's pocket size. Literally, I do have a pocket Bible in the phone, and I just opened it without looking, and I'm flipping pages without looking, but just back and forth like this, random. And then I stop, and I read. And I read, Jesus is on the cross, and at his feet is Mary, and Mary of Clopas, and then I stop. Mary of what? Clopas? Clopas, what's that? Wow, 5 or 6 letters, okay. Easy to spell, cool, but is it available on the internet? Okay, quick web search domain, yeah, nobody's using it. What does it mean? Okay, so I start looking, and there's commentaries and things that they say Clopas might have been a place, it might have been a person. Nobody is really quite sure. Okay, but what does it mean? So I did a search, and I found a site that claims to give out mystical names of words. And I read, and Clopas was in there, because the web search pointed me to it, and I read Clopas, glory to the Father. Okay, God picked the name. Clopas was born. I retired from where I'd been working for the last 25 years. The company that John Matthias started, he ended up selling to us employees. We, in turn, ended up selling it to bigger conglomerates. I was just a programmer there and continued working up to the time I retired. And it was like God tapped me on my shoulder and said, you are not retiring, you are redirecting. And so it was. And as you saw, it was from the first year, that was 2018. The biggest book IP you've never heard of, 22 books in the series, 30 million copies, New York Times adult bestseller list for young adult crossovers. Number 1, Harry Potter. Ever hear of that one? Number 3, Lord of the Rings. Have you ever heard of that one? Okay, what's your answer for number 2? If you picked Redwall, you're right. What the heck is Redwall? A book series, and there still is, and everything I said there was true. Why isn't it more widely known? Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, both are motion pictures. Redwall hasn't. Though I just heard that Netflix is now doing a Redwall movie. The reason it's been so difficult to do is there's no people in it. All the people roles are woodland creatures. So that makes filming it kind of difficult. So we'll see what Netflix does with it. But in any case, at CGDC, I met a fellow who turned out was a fan from long ago with the TI, because he had a TI. He also had managed to land the IP for Redwall for computer games, and was in the process for the last year of doing a Redwall. And we got together and came to the conclusion, maybe we could do a Redwall text adventure to fit in. And the game is called Escape the Gloomer. It's currently done and for sale. You can find it on iOS. You used to be able to find it on Android, but thank you very much, Google, in the works, because they said, this is a game for kids, therefore you can't sell it. Well, but it's not a game for kids. Yes, we know, but because it has cute woodland creatures in it, it's a game for kids. That's their logic. Very proud of it. My team and myself did an incredible job. I recommend it to you. It's family friendly, it's enjoyable, it's got a built-in help system. Unlike all my other games, it makes some things that are very different. You are not playing the game. Literally, everything you do creates that novel. And you're writing to the second book in the Redwall series called Mossflower. The first book is called Redwall in the series. The next book is called Mossflower, and it's a prequel. So it's actually before Redwall in the series. So if you're going to read something, you really should first. But in any case, it's available, it's out, and it's available. I think I said that. Sound familiar? Whoa. Okay, spring forward. 2018, we get the game out. It's done. What do we do next? Well, let's wait for the royalties to roll in, and then we're going to start the next game. Let's wait for the royal. It didn't sell. Gee, it's almost like there's no market for text adventures. Or we don't know how to reach the market. I don't know. All I do know is it didn't sell. It's still not really selling. Which, very hard to run a company. We did the entire work for Redwall on my life savings. It's all gone. We invested everything into it. I don't regret one penny of it, because I honestly feel God said I was supposed to be doing it, and I did it, and so whatever happens is to His glory, and I'm okay with that. But it wasn't good for the company, or so it seemed. I went to prayer and fasting. I didn't know what else to do. We were in the dregs of the bank account. We literally got a gift from one of the employees' mother to make payroll. That was it. We were down to the end. After coming up off my knees after a season of prayer and fasting, I get a call. I don't have fans on the internet. I have friends. Anyone who's ever reached out to me on the internet, on Facebook or email or whatever, I have connected with them as a person. I want friends. I do not want fans. Anybody who comes to me, who puts me on the pedestal, has got to change that outlook right away. So I have a lot of friends out there. One of them reached out to me and said, I work for a small company in Tennessee, and they've decided they'd like to go into the video gaming industry, and does anybody here in the company know a game designer? And I raised my hand. And he gave my name to them. And I contacted them, and we talked. And it was kind of amazing. What they wanted to do was an interesting game, and they were not just talking to us, they were talking to others. They were going out for bids. So with my handful of staff left, we put together a prototype. I had one fellow with us. He was a graduate student that was working for us part-time, who knew Unity, C# well enough. He said, I can put together a simple demo of what they're talking about, just to get a feel for it. I said, cool, we'll put that in with the estimate. And that's what we did. We gave them the estimate, and we gave them the prototype game, and we waited. And that week, it didn't take long, they said they had a company meeting, they went through all the bids, and it was unanimous that they were going to pick us. This was summer of 2019. Been working on it now 2 years. We estimate we have another 2 years' work still. They are an incredible company. They are not a Christian company any more than Clopas is a Christian company. Because how do you define a Christian company? What does that mean? But we are two companies that are run by people who believe in Jesus. The owners believe in Jesus, but we're not a Christian company. So we believe in the power of prayer. We believe in the power of looking for God's plan for something. And we've been working closely together. The game is out there. You can play it now. It doesn't cost anything. It's free to play. It gets monetized other ways. It's finalpilot.com. I don't have a demo up, but you can play it in any browser. And there's also a Windows desktop version, and it's also available on Steam. A lot of people seem to like the Steam version. And once again, there's no charge to play it. Just need a Steam account. And it's getting betterer and betterer. It really is. The features that they keep coming up with are amazing. They do 80% of the design. We do 100% of the programming. And it's just awesome. It's been myself and a team of others that have worked with me on it. It's kept Clopas going. Why, I don't know. How long it's going to go, I don't know. But God opened the door when we needed it, and it has been amazing. Another thing that's going on is Adventureland XL. For those of you that remember the classic game Adventureland, we're doing a version of Adventureland, and it's available now too. It's only on early release on Steam, so it's not on other platforms, just Windows right now, Steam. And it is basically the entire Adventureland game plus. The XL stands for extra large. It also stands for 40, Roman numeral, because it's the 40th anniversary. Where did the time go? Wow. Try it out, see what you think. And if you don't like something or you like something, let us know, because it's in early access for a reason. We're trying to make it better. Right now, the game is complete end to end except for the final scene. That has not been fully fleshed out or decided. It's got, like I said, the whole original game and then something new and special that's as big as the original game was. So I'm not going to tell you what it is. I want you to try it and form your own impressions. If you think you know the game, even the base game's got a few surprises for you that I'm not going to tell you. You'll see them soon enough. The extended version of the game has one of the most interesting puzzles I've ever done. I think the solution to it is unique. But that was just my take as a puzzle designer. I think it's fair, and it's one that you'll noodle over for a long time unless you use the help system, which you can. But if you don't, once you do finally get it, it'll be like, aha, of course. And I think those are the most satisfying puzzles, when you finally get it and you feel accomplishment. Anyway, it is available, and take a look at it. We moved the company for a while. It started out in our basement, shades of Adventure International starting. It was also started in the house in a spare bedroom. Then we moved to a large room we have in the house that was designed for an indoor pool, an 18-foot indoor pool. It was our indoor pool. When Wisconsin gets chilly in the winter, it's hard to get out to the pool. So we had an indoor pool that was heated when we expanded the house a little bit. As the company grew, we took the pool, kicked it outside, and put the company inside. So all those pictures you saw flying around earlier was the company in that room. Now we're in a business incubator in town, going into our second year there, and it's been a great facility. This picture is not even currently up to date, but it's approximately the size staff that we currently have. Graphic. And if you think about it, to me, the character in the center is the true superhero. So he has certainly saved my world. By faith, Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. This is my inheritance, and this is my story. To follow where he leads, and he led me here today. What an amazing journey this is turning out to be. Any questions? Now, everybody stand up. Turn to a friend, turn to somebody, and clap for them. We each have a gift. We just need to use it to God's glory. None of us is any better than any one of us. No questions? We have a question? Yes?
You were talking about Adventureland when you first wrote it. What language did you write it in?
The base language was BASIC, because I was learning to use BASIC strings. But I invented my own language on top of the BASIC so that I could write my games. And that was my adventure language. We had one fellow here, Ethan Dix. I don't know if he was able to make Ethan here. There he is. He is one of 5 people to take my interpreter, take it apart, and learn the language. Incredible. Thank you. He did it when he was 13.
So you talked about being like during the great video game crash of '83, and a lot of people saw the NES as being like what pulled us out of that. So when the NES came out, did you have any thoughts or like hopes, or maybe this would be the savior, or did you just think it was done and gone?
I'm sorry, I am hard of hearing. I've got hearing aids, and I didn't catch all of that.
No, that's fine. So you talked about being like in the great video game crash of 1983, yes. And your company went down.
Yes.
A lot of people saw the NES when it came out in America in '85. It's like what pulled us out of that.
Okay.
Did you have any like when you saw it, did you have any hopes, or did you just think that it was?
Once I was out of the industry, I thought that part of my history was done. Door closed, wasn't anymore. I had a full-time job as a programmer for aerospace, and that was it. I wasn't going to go out and do anything like this ever again. So it was the end. Well, that's how I felt. I was a failure. I was a
Tom Pittman, one of the, I think he worked on a version of Mini Basic or something, or he worked on Basic. He has an essay that he wrote called Deus Ex Machina, the True Computerist. And it's about the idea of in creating programs or games, the programmer analogously takes this position of the creatio ex nihilo, creation out of nothing. I think he has a religious identity, Christian identity, and he talks about.
Interesting.
The I just wanted to know if you had read that essay.
I had not heard of that. No, this is new to me and fascinating.
I could send that to you if you wanted to.
And he wrote Pittman Basic.
He worked on a version of Basic at one point in the history. I'm
Because
sorry.
the name does sound familiar, fascinating. Deus Ex Machina is God. So that's God from the machine, which is interesting.
It was an essay that was mentioned in Stephen Levy's book, I think.
Well, thanks for sharing that. That's something I would like to look up.
Hey, Scott. So,
hey, Stuart. This is a long distance friend I never got to meet, and now I did here. And I want to say to the hosts of this event, thank you for. I've met a lot of people here, only been able to correspond with, and I really appreciate that. Sorry, Stuart.
And so do I, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, the UK subsidiary of AI lasted quite a lot longer than the parent.
Yes.
I think it's still sort of around in some aspect. I'm not sure about that.
It might be. That is possible.
So, given you're aware of that, did that give you any comfort that the legacy was still going on to some extent, or did you
I
not
do
care?
know I get a lot of interest from people from UK. I was interviewed for a documentary that I think's supposed to go out on the BBC. I don't know if that's happened yet or going to. But there's a large number of people in the UK that were exposed to my games and have good memories of them. And they had the rights to do UK and Europe. And so my games ended up being played from England to Italy. And of the two, it's interesting, I get a lot of responses from Italy too. It's like, wait a minute, wait. You played my game as a kid in Italy? Don't you speak Italian? I mean, I didn't make an Italian version because I couldn't. I didn't know the language, didn't know how to. And they said, oh yeah, we played your game because we had to learn English.
You mentioned near the beginning that you learned a lot by studying what others had done in electronics and programming and so on.
Yes.
Did you do that while working on your engines and your games? Did you look at competitors' engines or games like Infocom's, for example? And since the UK was mentioned, they had was it level 9? There were a few
Yes.
well-known companies.
Good question. I made it a point not to look at their games. I can think of only a handful of games that I looked at during that period that I did look at. I didn't look at the code, but I played the game. One of them was Wizardry. And after losing a week, I decided I better stop doing this. That really hooked me in. I knew about Infocom, of course, because I had played Zork at Stromberg Carlson. They had gotten a copy of Zork there, so I was aware of that. But I wasn't shooting for a Zork type experience because the 16K wasn't going to let me do that.
You should see the language that it's built out of, the Zork interpreter.
Yep, I've heard about that. Zill.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
elegant.
Yeah, Thomas was saying you should see the language it was built on, the Zill language. And from what I remember, they worked using a deck to do their compiles and builds. So they were a very forward-looking company. Mike Berlin, I believe, was part of that. I think later on some of my employees went with Mike. I think Russ Whitmore went with Mike to do some amazing efforts too in other areas. But for myself personally, I tended only to take brief glances at it. I did not play adventure games from others because I really didn't want to accidentally steal a puzzle. I wanted any puzzle that I was doing or thing that I was doing to be coming internally and not as a blatant ripoff. And I figured the safest way to do that is don't look at it. So I didn't. The things that I learned, mostly my programming increased tremendously once Adventure was closed and I went to work in the real world, and I researched good programming practices and learned things from other programmers. Later on, I became a Scrum Master. I'm fluent in C#. I'm very strong in Unity now. I love that system. So I'm always willing to pick up and learn things from others. I just don't want it to. I don't want it to affect any work that I'm doing that I'm trying to do that's original. It's a good question.
So you've been involved in publishing and distributing games for some time, and there's been changes, especially with things like Steam, where now it's so easy to issue, patches and fixes all the time. But could you comment on how, back maybe in the 80s, what it felt like when the user would report a bug and how you would respond to that?
Yeah, that's very good. If you look at my adventure games, you will find inside there's a version number. And not every game you get has the same version. So yes, those bugs did get reported, and yes, they got fixed, just not retroactively. So sorry if you're stuck with a bad bug. Unfortunately, Escape the Gloomer has one major bad bug in it, that if you do one certain thing, you can mess up so you can't complete the game. And I can't fix it, because that game is sealed and done and out. Though there's a built-in debugger in the game, a hidden secret debugger, that we can direct the user how to turn it on and fix the problem themselves. There's also a hidden secret, I think it's in Spider-Man and on too. I built in my debugger into the language. Good question, thank you. Right on time.
We had this for you all weekend, so I just want to get it to you.
Oh, cool. Isn't that something? Well, thank you.
And so I was wondering if you could sign this one for me.
Sure.
And then